Welcome, adventurers. Tonight, beneath the flickering torchlight of our grand hall, we gather to share legendary tales from distant realms, stories of magic, monsters, and mighty heroes, to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we cross into the veil of slumber, take a moment to cast a support spell, smash the like button, and join our growing adventuring party by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what realm you're watching from. Whether you're tuning in from Waterdeep, the Sword Coast, or a cozy tavern in California, share your location in the comments below. Your presence strengthens our fellowship and helps our magical community grow ever stronger. Now, the dice have been rolled, and the time for storytelling has come. Get in a comfortable position, dim the lights, and let the journey begin. Chapter 1. The Dawn of Dragonkind. In the beginning, there was nothing but the void, a vast expanse of potential where neither light nor darkness held dominion, where time itself had yet to take its first breath. From this primordial emptiness, the cosmic forces that would shape all existence began their eternal dance. It was here, in the space between what was and what could be, that the first dragons were born, not of flesh and blood, but of pure elemental might and divine will made manifest. The creation of Dragonkind stands as perhaps the most significant moment in the annals of existence, for dragons were not merely the first among mortals. They were the bridges between the divine and the material, living embodiments of the fundamental forces that govern all reality. To understand dragons is to understand the very foundations upon which the multiverse was built, the primal energies that continue to flow through every spell cast, every breath drawn, every heartbeat that echoes across the plains. Before the first star ignited in the cosmic dark, before the first world took shape from swirling dust and dream, the great powers that would become known as the creator races recognized the need for guardians, beings who could channel the raw forces of creation itself, while maintaining the stability necessary for lesser forms of life to flourish. These cosmic architects understood that the multiverse required shepherds, entities of such fundamental power that they could serve as living repositories of elemental might, divine wisdom, and arcane knowledge. The forging of the first dragons was no simple act of creation, but rather a convergence of cosmic forces so profound that its echoes still resonate through the weave itself. The primordial powers of fire, water, earth, air, and the more ethereal forces of light, shadow, and spirit gathered in confluence, each contributing their essence to what would become the most magnificent and terrible beings ever to grace existence. From fire came passion and destruction, the burning will to dominate, and the fierce protective instinct that would define draconic nature. From water flowed adaptability and wisdom, the deep currents of memory that would allow dragons to become the great chroniclers of history. Earth provided endurance and strength, the unshakable foundation upon which draconic power would be built. Air granted them mastery of the skies, and the gift of speech that would make their words carry the weight of command itself. But it was not merely the classical elements that shaped the first dragons. The cosmic forces of positive and negative energy, the fundamental dualities that define existence itself, were woven into their very beings. This is why dragons alone among all creatures possess the innate ability to channel both creation and destruction with equal mastery, why their breath can bring forth new life or reduce civilizations to ash and memory. They are living paradoxes, embodying the balance between order and chaos that keeps the multiverse from either crystallizing into stagnant perfection or dissolving into anarchic dissolution. The moment of their creation was witnessed by entities whose names have been lost to time, beings of such transcendent power that they exist now only as whispers in the deepest magic and the most ancient of draconic memories. These cosmic observers watched as the first dragon, neither chromatic nor metallic, neither good nor evil, but pure potential given form, drew its first breath and spoke the first word ever uttered by any living being. That word, lost now to all but the eldest of worms, contained within it the seeds of all language, all magic, all the complex relationships that would one day bind mortal races together in webs of alliance and enmity. As this first dragon's voice echoed across the void, reality itself began to take shape around the sound. The reverberations of that primal utterance became the foundations of the material plane, while its harmonics gave birth to the inner planes of elemental power. The echo that followed created the outer planes, where belief and alignment would one day hold sway over the souls of mortals. And in the silence that came after, the space between all things was filled with the potential for life, love, conflict, and all the myriad experiences that would define existence for eons to come. From this first dragon, others began to emerge, each one a unique expression of the cosmic forces that had brought their progenitor into being. Some emerged blazing with the fury of newborn stars, their scales reflecting the fierce light of creation itself. These would become the ancestors of the metallic dragons, inheritors of the creative aspects of the cosmic forge. Others emerged wreathed in shadow and storm, their forms expressing the necessary destructive forces that clear the way for new growth. These would become the chromatic dragons, no less essential to the cosmic balance despite their darker nature. And there were others still, dragons whose forms expressed the more esoteric aspects of creation. Some were born of pure thought and crystallized into beings of gem-like clarity, destined to become the mysterious gem dragons, who would one day retreat to the inner planes to contemplate the deeper mysteries of existence. Others emerged as living embodiments of specific concepts: time, space, force, and energy, becoming the progenitors of dragon types so rare and powerful that their very existence would become the stuff of legend, even among their own kind. The early eons of existence were the age of dragons, a time when these magnificent beings held absolute dominion over a reality still taking shape. They were not merely inhabitants of the cosmos, but active participants in its ongoing creation, their very presence shaping the fundamental laws that would govern magic, nature, and the relationship between matter and energy. Where dragons made their lairs, the land itself would transform, becoming more vibrant, more alive, infused with the primal energies that flowed through their immortal forms. It was during this primordial age that the great Draconic civilizations first arose, not the crude territorial holdings of later epochs, but vast networks of cooperation and competition that spanned entire planes of existence. Dragons of this era were builders of wonders that would make the greatest achievements of mortal races seem like children's toys. They crafted cities that existed simultaneously across multiple planes, created artifacts that could reshape reality with a thought, and established the first great libraries, where knowledge itself was treated as a living thing to be nurtured and grown. The relationships between these elder dragons were complex beyond mortal comprehension, built upon concepts of honor, territory, knowledge, and power that operated on cosmic scales. Alliances would form and dissolve over the course of millennia, with the consequences of draconic politics shaping the very structure of reality. When dragons of this era went to war, their conflicts were not mere physical battles, but reality-shaping events that could create new planes of existence or collapse entire cosmic regions into nothingness. Yet even in this age of draconic supremacy, the seeds of change were already taking root. The same cosmic forces that had created the dragons were working to bring forth new forms of life, beings of lesser individual power, but greater diversity and adaptability. The dragons watched with fascination and growing concern as the first of the humanoid races began to emerge, recognizing in these new beings a potential that could either complement their own power or challenge their eternal dominion. Some dragons embraced this development, seeing in the emerging mortals an opportunity to share their vast wisdom and perhaps find purpose beyond the endless cycles of accumulation and contemplation that had begun to define draconic existence. These dragons would become the teachers and protectors of the young races, establishing the traditions of draconic patronage and guardianship that would persist throughout the ages. Others viewed the rise of mortal races with suspicion or outright hostility, seeing them as a dilution of the cosmic order that had placed dragons at the apex of creation. These dragons would become the tyrants and destroyers of later legend, using their overwhelming power to subjugate or eliminate what they saw as inferior forms of life that had no right to challenge draconic supremacy. But perhaps the most significant group were those dragons who recognized that the emergence of mortal races represented not a threat to draconic power, but its ultimate fulfillment. These wise beings understood that dragons had been created not to rule over a static cosmos, but to serve as bridges between the divine forces of creation and the teeming diversity of life that would eventually fill the multiverse. They saw in mortals not competitors, but partners in the great work of existence itself. As the primordial age drew to its close, and the first mortal civilizations began to establish themselves, the role of dragons in the cosmic order began to shift. No longer were they simply forces of nature given form, but conscious entities with the power to choose their own destinies and the responsibility to consider the consequences of their actions. This transformation from cosmic forces to individual beings marked the end of the Age of Dragons and the beginning of the more complex and nuanced relationship between dragonkind and the rest of existence that would define all subsequent eras. The legacy of this transformation continues to echo through the ages. Every dragon that has ever lived carries within it the memory of that first moment of creation, the echo of the primal word that brought reality into being. This is why dragons alone, among all creatures, possess the innate understanding of magic that allows them to cast spells without study or preparation, why their very presence can alter the fundamental nature of the places they inhabit, and why their words carry such weight that they can reshape destiny itself. In the deepest caves and highest peaks where the eldest dragons make their lairs, time moves differently, flowing in patterns that mirror the cosmic rhythms established at the moment of creation. These ancient beings serve as living links to the primordial forces that shaped existence, their memories spanning eons, and their understanding encompassing truths that lesser beings can barely comprehend. They are the keepers of the first stories, the guardians of knowledge that predates civilization itself, and the ultimate arbiters of the cosmic balance that keeps the multiverse from falling into chaos or crystallizing into sterile order. And so we see that dragons are far more than mere creatures of power and majesty, though they embody both in measures that dwarf all other beings. They are the children of creation itself, born from the marriage of elemental might and divine will, shaped by cosmic forces into forms that bridge the gap between the abstract perfection of pure energy and the complex beauty of living existence. In their scales shimmer the colors of newborn stars, in their eyes burn the fires of creation, and in their voices echo the primal words that called reality into being. To truly understand dragons is to understand the fundamental nature of existence itself, the delicate balance between creation and destruction, the eternal dance of order and chaos, and the magnificent complexity that emerges when cosmic forces take on consciousness and will. They are living reminders of the universe's capacity for both breathtaking beauty and terrifying power, embodiments of the truth that creation and destruction are not opposing forces, but complementary aspects of the same eternal process. In the chronicles yet to come, we shall explore how these children of cosmic forces evolved and adapted to a changing multiverse, how they shaped the destiny of mortal races and were shaped by them in return. We shall witness their greatest triumphs and most tragic failures, their moments of transcendent wisdom, and their descents into corruption and madness. But through it all, we must remember that every dragon, from the mightiest ancient worm to the youngest hatchling, carries within its being the echo of that first moment when the universe drew breath and spoke its own name into existence. For in the end, dragons are not merely inhabitants of our reality, they are living embodiments of the forces that created it, eternal reminders of the magnificent and terrible power that lies at the heart of existence itself. They are the dawn of consciousness given form, the first word made flesh, and the enduring promise that creation itself is an ongoing process in which all beings, mortal and immortal alike, have a role to play. Chapter 2. Bahamut and Tiamat, the eternal duality. In the eternal struggle between creation and destruction, between order and chaos, between mercy and wrath, there exist no figures more emblematic of this cosmic duality than the great dragon deities, Bahamut and Tiamat. Their conflict transcends mere sibling rivalry or theological disagreement. It represents the fundamental tension that drives all existence, the eternal dance between opposing forces that gives meaning to choice, consequence, and the very nature of free will itself. From the moment of their emergence in the primordial epoch following the first dragon's creation, these two beings have embodied the ultimate expression of draconic nature, split along the axis of moral alignment. Where other dragons might shift between good and evil over the course of their impossibly long lives, Bahamut and Tiamat represent the pure crystallization of these concepts, each becoming so fundamentally aligned with their chosen path that they have transcended mere dragonhood to become living embodiments of cosmic principles. The origins of their enmity reach back to the earliest moments of draconic consciousness, when the first dragons began to develop individual personalities and moral frameworks beyond their instinctual natures. As the most powerful among these primordial beings, the entities who would become Bahamut and Tiamat found themselves representing opposing interpretations of what it meant to possess ultimate power in a universe still taking shape around them. Bahamut, whose true name in the ancient Draconic tongue translates roughly to "he who shields the innocent," emerged as the champion of those cosmic forces that sought to nurture and protect the delicate flame of life wherever it might appear. Even in the earliest ages, when mortal races existed only as distant possibilities in the minds of the creator powers, Bahamut demonstrated an instinctive understanding that true strength lay not in domination, but in guardianship, not in the accumulation of power for its own sake, but in the wisdom to use that power in service of something greater than oneself. His magnificent form, scales of gleaming platinum that reflect every color of creation, while remaining purely silver in their essential nature, represents the synthesis of all metallic draconic virtues. In Bahamut's presence, the finest qualities of gold dragon's wisdom, silver dragon's nobility, bronze dragon's justice, brass dragon's curiosity, and copper dragon's wit all find their perfect expression. He is not merely the king of good dragons, but their living ideal, the embodiment of what every metallic dragon aspires to become through eons of growth and moral development. Tiamat, whose name means "she who devours all" in the same ancient tongue, represents the equally fundamental cosmic principle of entropy, the necessary destructive force that clears away the old to make room for the new. Yet to dismiss her simply as evil would be to misunderstand the profound complexity of her nature and role in the cosmic order. Tiamat embodies the harsh truths that many beings prefer to ignore, that power without the will to use it is meaningless, that strength unused in a world filled with threats is weakness, and that sometimes destruction is the only path to meaningful change. Her five-headed form represents the perfect synthesis of chromatic draconic nature, each head embodying the pure essence of its color, while working in perfect harmony with the others. The white head speaks with the voice of primal cold, and the hunger for survival that drives all life. The black head counsels with the wisdom of decay, and the knowledge that all things must eventually return to the earth from which they came. The green head whispers of the poison that cleanses by destroying the corrupt, and the natural selection that strengthens through trial. The blue head crackles with the electricity of pure ambition, and the lightning-swift strike that seizes opportunity. The red head burns with the fire of passion, and the fury that refuses to accept injustice or weakness. The relationship between these cosmic opposites began not in hatred, but in a form of love so pure and intense that it could only exist between beings of their magnitude. In the earliest ages, before the weight of eons and the burden of their opposing natures drove them apart, Bahamut and Tiamat were companions in the truest sense, partners in the great work of shaping reality according to their understanding of cosmic law. They would spend millennia in philosophical discourse, their conversations reshaping entire planes of existence as they explored the fundamental questions of existence. What is the proper relationship between power and responsibility? How does one balance the needs of the individual against the welfare of the many? When is destruction justified, and when does protection become enabling weakness? These debates, conducted in voices that could shatter mountains or sing new worlds into being, established many of the moral and ethical frameworks that would later be adopted by mortal races, developing their own codes of law and justice. Their first great collaboratio known was the creation of the celestial realms of Mount Celestia and the 9 hells of Badator, not as rewards and punishments for mortal souls, as they would later become, but as perfect expressions of lawful good and lawful evil, cosmic laboratories, where the pure principles they represented could be explored without the complications introduced by chaotic or neutral elements. In these realms, they established the templates for ordered society that would influence every civilization to follow. The gradual deterioration of their relationship began with the emergence of the first mortal races, when Bahamut and Tiamat were forced to confront the practical implications of their philosophical differences. Bahamut looked upon the struggling humanoid peoples and saw infinite potential waiting to be nurtured into greatness through careful guidance and protection. He established the first codes of chivalry and honor, teaching mortal champions that true strength lay in placing oneself between the innocent and those who would harm them. Tiamat, observing the same nascent civilizations, saw weakness masquerading as virtue, and predicted that without the tempering force of struggle and the elimination of the unworthy, these races would stagnate into mediocrity, or collapse under the weight of their own complacency. She began to test mortal societies through carefully orchestrated conflicts and challenges, believing that only those strong enough to overcome such trials deserved to inherit the cosmos. What began as philosophical disagreement gradually intensified into active opposition, as both deities recruited followers among their draconic children. Metallic dragons, inspired by Bahamut's example, became the guardians and teachers of mortal races, establishing the great alliances between dragonkind and humanity, elvenkind, and the other emerging peoples. They built the first great libraries and schools, taught the principles of magic and governance, and served as arbiters in conflicts between mortal nations. Chromatic dragons, following Tiamat's teachings, became the great challengers and conquerors, establishing themselves as rulers over mortal kingdoms and testing the strength of those who claimed dominion over them. They accumulated vast hoards, not merely for the sake of wealth, but as symbols of their power to take and hold what they deemed valuable, and as resources to be deployed in the great games of politics and war that they used to shape mortal destiny. The first great war between the followers of Bahamut and Tiamat raged across multiple planes of existence for over 1,000 years, its battles reshaping entire regions of reality and establishing many of the cosmic landmarks that still define the multiverse today. The Dragonfall Mountains, where the bodies of hundreds of slain dragons formed new peaks that reached toward the heavens, stand as monuments to the terrible cost of ideological conflict. The shattered planes, fragments of reality broken away during the most intense fighting, drift through the astral sea as reminders of the destructive potential unleashed when cosmic principles clash without restraint. The war ended not with victory for either side, but with a cosmic intervention by forces even greater than the dragon deities themselves. The overpowers of the multiverse, recognizing that the conflict threatened to unravel the very fabric of existence, imposed the Great Compact upon both Bahamut and Tiamat. This divine treaty established the cosmic balance that has governed their relationship ever since, ensuring that neither good nor evil, neither creation nor destruction, could achieve permanent dominance over the other. Under the terms of the compact, both deities accepted limitations on their direct intervention in mortal affairs, agreeing to work primarily through intermediaries and to respect certain cosmic boundaries that would prevent their conflict from again threatening the stability of reality itself. They established the concept of the Great Game, an eternal contest played out through the actions of their followers, where victories and defeats would be measured, not in terms of absolute triumph, but in the gradual influence each side could exert over the moral development of the cosmos. The establishment of this divine framework marked the beginning of the modern age of draconic influence, where individual dragons gained greater autonomy to choose their own paths, while still feeling the pull of their fundamental natures. Some metallic dragons, inspired by Tiamat's arguments about the necessity of strength, became more aggressive in their protection of their charges, while some chromatic dragons, influenced by Bahamut's teachings about honor, developed codes of conduct that elevated them above mere predation. The relationship between Bahamut and Tiamat in the eons following the Great Compact has been one of the most complex and fascinating dynamics in all of cosmic history. Neither purely antagonistic nor entirely cooperative, their interaction resembles that of master chess players who have been engaged in the same game for so long that they have developed a profound understanding of and even respect for each other's strategies and capabilities. In the hidden realms where cosmic entities gather bay on the perception of mortals, Bahamut and Tiamat are known to engage in conversations that can last for centuries, their discussions ranging across topics of philosophy, strategy, and the ongoing development of the cosmic order they both serve in their opposing ways. These dialogues, witnessed only by the most ancient and powerful of dragons, reveal the depth of understanding that exists between them, despite their fundamental opposition. Observers of these encounters report that the two deities display toward each other a form of courtesy and even affection that seems impossible, given their public enmity. They acknowledge each other's necessary role in the cosmic balance, and there are documented instances where one has subtly aided the other when external threats have endangered the stability of their eternal game. During the invasion of the far realm entities that threatened to corrupt all of reality with alien logic, Bahamut and Tiamat fought side by side, their combined power proving to be the only force capable of maintaining the boundaries between ordered existence and maddening chaos. The theological implications of their relationship have spawned countless schools of thought among mortal scholars and clerics. Some argue that their opposition is illusory, that they are actually two aspects of a single cosmic principle that requires the tension between them to function properly. Others maintain that their conflict is absolutely real, and that the ultimate destiny of the cosmos depends upon which philosophy eventually proves superior. Still others propose that the very question misses the point, that Bahamut and Tiamat represent not competing visions of how existence should be ordered, but complementary forces whose interaction generates the dynamic complexity that makes growth, change, and meaningful choice possible. Their influence upon their respective followers reflects this complexity. The most devoted servants of Bahamut do not merely seek to eliminate evil, but to understand its role and transform it through the application of wisdom, courage, and compassion. They recognize that a universe without challenge would be a universe without growth, and that their duty is not to create perfect safety, but to ensure that struggle serves the cause of justice rather than mere domination. Similarly, the most sophisticated followers of Tiamat do not simply revel in destruction and chaos, but seek to prune away weakness and corruption, to allow for the emergence of stronger, more worthy forms of life and civilization. They understand that their goddess's apparent cruelty serves a deeper purpose, to ensure that the cosmos remains vital and dynamic rather than stagnating into complacent mediocrity. The dragon deity's influence extends far beyond their immediate followers to shape the fundamental nature of mortal civilization itself. The tension between Bahamut's ideals of protection and justice and Tiamat's principles of strength and ambition has created the dynamic that drives all social progress. Every advance in law, science, art, and philosophy represents a synthesis of these opposing forces, the protective impulse that seeks to preserve what is valuable, and the transformative impulse that seeks to improve upon what exists. In the modern age, as mortal races have achieved levels of power and sophistication that rival those of the ancient dragons, the influence of Bahamut and Tiamat has become more subtle but no less profound. They work through ideals and inspirations rather than direct intervention, their presence felt in every moment, when a being chooses between selfishness and sacrifice, between the easy path and the right one, between preservation and transformation. The great irony of their eternal conflict is that it has produced not the victory of one principle over the other, but the creation of a cosmos rich enough and complex enough to contain both in productive tension. The universes they have shaped together, through their opposition and occasional cooperation, are far more beautiful and meaningful than any world that either could have created alone. And so the eternal dance continues, played out across the vast stage of existence itself, with every choice made by every conscious being, adding another move to their incomprehensibly complex game. In the end, perhaps the greatest victory for both Bahamut and Tiamat lies not in defeating their cosmic opposite, set in the magnificent reality they have created together, a multiverse where good and evil, creation and destruction, mercy and justice all have their place in the grand symphony of existence, and where the music that emerges from their interaction surpasses anything that could be achieved by harmony alone. Chapter 3. The Chromatic Tyranny. Power corrupts, but absolute power reveals the darkness that was always there, waiting in the shadows of the soul. In the earliest ages of the world, when mortal races were but fleeting thoughts in the minds of the gods, and the earth itself was young and malleable, the chromatic dragons rose to claim dominion over all creation through the simple application of overwhelming force. This was the age known to scholars as the Chromatic Tyranny, an epoch of draconic supremacy so absolute and terrible that its echoes still reverberate through the collective memory of every mortal race, manifesting as the primal fear that grips the heart when great wings blot out the sun. The roots of chromatic dominion stretch back to the fundamental nature of these magnificent and terrible beings. Born from the destructive aspects of creation itself, chromatic dragons embody the harsh truths that gentler souls prefer to ignore, that the strong will always prey upon the weak, unless restrained by even greater strength, that civilization is but a thin veneer over the brutal realities of survival, and that order emerges not from consensus or mutual respect, but from the imposition of superior will upon lesser forces. Unlike their metallic cousins, who from their earliest days showed inclinations toward cooperation and guardianship, the chromatic dragons understood instinctively that the universe was a hierarchy, and that their place in that hierarchy was determined not by birthright or divine appointment, but by their ability to seize and hold power against all challengers. This fundamental worldview shaped every aspect of chromatic society, creating a culture that valued strength above all other virtues and viewed mercy not as nobility, but as weakness waiting to be exploited. The rise of the chromatic tyranny began not with a grand declaration of war or a coordinated campaign of conquest, but with the simple recognition among the most powerful chromatic dragons that the young world spread before them like a vast game board, with territories to be claimed, resources to be hoarded, and lesser beings to be dominated or destroyed according to their whim. The concept of coexistence with other forms of life was as foreign to them as the idea of voluntary submission was to their intended subjects. The red dragons, greatest and most terrible of the chromatic breeds, established themselves as the undisputed rulers of this emerging order. Their mastery of fire and their unparalleled physical power made them the ultimate arbiters of disputes among their chromatic kin, while their towering arrogance and absolute conviction of their own superiority created a natural hierarchy that placed them at the apex of draconic society. Ancient red worms, like Clouth the Old Snarl, and Pyros the Flame Lord, carved out vast empires that spanned entire continents, their volcanic lairs serving as capitals from which they ruled through terror and the promise of annihilation. Beneath the reds in this hierarchy came the blues, whose mastery of lightning and storm made them the perfect lieutenants and enforcers of chromatic will. The blue dragons brought to the tyranny a level of cunning and strategic thinking that complemented the raw power of their red superiors. They established the first great networks of chromatic intelligence, creating webs of spies and informants that stretched across the known world and beyond. Ancient blues like Heraclea, the Storm Queen, and Blagothkus, the cloud chaser, became the architects of chromatic policy, their lightning-swift minds calculating the most efficient methods of conquest and control. The green dragons contributed their mastery of poison and corruption, becoming the poisoners and corruptors of the chromatic hierarchy, where reds conquered through open force and blues through cunning manipulation. The greens worked through subterfuge and slow corruption, turning the chromatic tyranny's enemies against each other through carefully applied toxins, both literal and metaphorical. Their deep forest lairs became laboratories, where they experimented with new forms of biological warfare and psychological manipulation, creating plagues and madnesses that could devastate entire civilizations without a single dragon needing to expose itself to direct combat. The white dragons, though often dismissed by their more sophisticated cousins as mere beasts, provided the chromatic tyranny with its most effective tools of terror and intimidation. Their association with the primal forces of cold and hunger made them perfect instruments for breaking the spirit of resistance among conquered populations. Ancient whites like Arauthatter, the Old White Death and Icing Death, became living symbols of the inevitable fate that awaited those who dared to resist chromatic rule. Slow death in the endless cold, with neither hope of rescue nor promise of swift release. The black dragons, masters of acid and decay, served as the chroniclers and historians of the chromatic tyranny, though their records were written not in books or scrolls, but in the deliberate destruction of civilizations and the careful cultivation of ruins. They understood that true power lay not merely in the ability to destroy, but in the capacity to ensure that what was destroyed remained destroyed, that conquered peoples lost not only their freedom, but their very memory of what freedom had been like. Together, these 5 chromatic breeds created a civilization, if such a term can be applied to a society built entirely upon domination and exploitation, that surpassed in scope and power anything that had existed before or would exist again, until the rise of the greatest mortal empires. The chromatic dragons did not merely rule their territories, they reshaped them according to their will, transforming vast regions of the world into extensions of their own nature. Under Red Dragon dominion, fertile valleys became volcanic wastelands where only the hardiest crops could survive, ensuring that subject populations remained dependent upon their draconic overlords for basic sustenance. The great red worm Ishardalon transformed the entire kingdom of what would later become known as the Burnt Lands into a hellish landscape where the very air shimmered with heat and the ground cracked like broken pottery, creating a realm that reflected his inner nature while serving as a constant reminder of his power to any who might contemplate rebellion. Blue Dragon territories became landscapes of perpetual storm, where lightning split the sky and rain fell in patterns determined by the whims of their draconic masters. The ancient blue Lenathon the Storm Caller reshaped the coastal regions under his control into a maze of fjords and channels where electrical storms raged constantly, creating a natural fortress that could be navigated safely only by those who possessed his favor and understanding of the storm patterns he controlled. Green Dragon realms became poisoned paradises, where lush growth concealed deadly toxins, and the very beauty of the landscape served as a trap for the unwary. The great green worm Chloracridara, the poison bloom, transformed her domain into a garden of deadly delights, where every flower secreted venom, every fruit contained subtle poisons, and the morning dew itself could kill the unprepared. Her subjects survived only by learning to read the subtle signs that distinguish safe foods from deadly ones, creating a population that lived in constant awareness of their dependence upon their mistress's mercy. White Dragon lands became frozen wastelands where winter never ended, and the very concept of warmth became a memory preserved only in the most ancient of stories. Arauthatter, the Old White Death, created an empire of ice where his subjects survived by hunting the great beasts that thrived in the endless cold. Their entire civilization adapted to a landscape that would have been instantly lethal to inhabitants of warmer climes. Black Dragon territories became swamplands of perpetual decay, where the boundaries between life and death blurred into meaninglessness. The ancient black Voragamanthar, The Black Death transformed his realm into a vast necropolis, where the dead served alongside the living, and where the cycle of decay and renewal was controlled absolutely by his will. His subjects learned to find beauty in corruption, and to see death not as an ending, but as a transformation into a different form of service to their undying master. The military might of the Chromatic Tyranny was beyond anything the world had seen or would see again. Dragons fought not merely as individuals, but as coordinated forces, their different abilities complementing each other in ways that made the whole far greater than the sum of its parts. Red dragons would soften enemy positions with devastating breath attacks before blue dragons swept in with lightning-fast strikes to shatter formations and scatter defenders. Green dragons would poison water supplies and sow disease among enemy ranks, while white dragons created blizzards that isolated strongholds and prevented reinforcement or escape. Black dragons would follow up these attacks by ensuring that the ruins left behind remained uninhabitable, preventing any possibility of recovery or resurgence. But perhaps the most terrifying aspect of the Chromatic Tyranny was not its military power, but its psychological impact upon the few free peoples who managed to survive in the margins of the Draconic empires. The Chromatic Dragons understood that the greatest victories were won, not through force of arms, but through the systematic destruction of hope itself. They perfected techniques of terror that went far beyond simple intimidation, creating elaborate systems of psychological warfare that could break the spirit of entire populations without requiring the expenditure of significant military resources. The practice of draconic taxation exemplified this approach. Rather than simply demanding tribute in gold or goods, chromatic overlords would impose quotas that could be met only through the sacrifice of what their subjects valued most. A red dragon might demand not merely treasure, but the most beautiful artworks created by its subjects, forcing them to choose between their cultural heritage and their physical survival. A blue dragon might require not just livestock, but the most intelligent children of each generation, supposedly to serve as court pages, but actually to ensure that potential leaders were removed from the population before they could mature into threats. Green dragons perfected the art of corrupting their subjects' values through careful manipulation of rewards and punishments. They would offer genuine benefits to those who betrayed their neighbors or abandoned their principles, creating societies where treachery became not merely common but necessary for survival. Over generations, entire cultures would transform, their moral foundations eroded, until concepts like loyalty, honor, and mutual aid became not just foreign, but actively dangerous to express. White dragons employed deliberate deprivation as a tool of control, allowing their subjects just enough resources to survive while ensuring that any surplus was immediately confiscated. This created populations that lived in a constant state of hunger and desperation, too focused on immediate survival to engage in long-term planning or coordinated resistance. The psychological effects of chronic scarcity made these populations pathologically grateful for any small mercy, no matter how inadequate or temporary. Black dragons specialized in the corruption of memory itself, using a combination of magical influence and systematic destruction of records to ensure that their subjects gradually forgot what life had been like before draconic rule. They would allow certain festivals and traditions to continue, but would slowly alter their meanings until celebrations of freedom became celebrations of submission, and songs of resistance became hymns of praise for their draconic masters. The Chromatic Tyranny reached its zenith during what scholars now call the Age of Scales, a period lasting nearly 3 millennia, when chromatic dragons held undisputed control over more than 3/4 of the world's habitable land. During this epoch, the very concept of freedom became so rare that most mortals literally could not conceive of existence without draconic oversight. Entire languages evolved without words for concepts like republic, democracy, or self-governance, while developing elaborate vocabularies for describing different forms of submission and service. Yet even at the height of their power, the seeds of the Chromatic Tyranny's eventual decline were already taking root. The very success of chromatic rule, created conditions that would ultimately prove incompatible with its continuation. The absolute dominance they had achieved began to breed complacency among the dragon overlords, who found themselves with so little meaningful opposition that their legendary competitiveness began to turn inward, creating conflicts between different chromatic factions that weakened the overall structure of their empire. More significantly, the systematic oppression that formed the foundation of chromatic rule began to produce exactly the kind of desperate resistance that could threaten even draconic power. Populations pushed beyond the limits of endurance began to develop survival strategies that involved not just submission, but active preparation for the day when opportunity for revenge might present itself. Secret societies of dragon slayers began to form in the deepest caverns and most remote wilderness areas, passing down techniques for fighting dragons that were refined through generations of careful observation and bitter experience. The rise of divine magic among mortal populations provided these resistance movements with their first realistic hope of success. As gods began to take a more active interest in mortal affairs, they provided their followers with weapons and knowledge that could actually harm even ancient dragons. The development of powerful clerical magic created the possibility that mortal heroes might not only wound dragons, but actually survive the attempt, fundamentally altering the balance of power that had sustained the chromatic tyranny for millennia. Perhaps most importantly, the excesses of chromatic rule began to awaken the opposition of the metallic dragons, who had largely remained aloof from mortal affairs during the early centuries of the tyranny. As the scope of chromatic oppression became clear, and as its effects began to threaten the cosmic balance that even evil dragons depended upon for their own survival, the metallics were forced to abandon their policy of non-interference and actively oppose their chromatic cousins. The twilight dawn of the chromatic tyranny was marked not by a single great war, but by a gradual erosion of draconic authority. As resistance movements grew bolder, divine intervention became more common, and metallic dragons began actively supporting mortal rebellions. The great chromatic empires that had seemed eternal began to fragment as their foundations, built upon fear and hopelessness, proved unable to withstand the combined pressure of internal revolt and external opposition. The final collapse came not with a bang but with a whimper, as one by one the great chromatic overlords found themselves faced with subjects who no longer feared them more than they hated them. The psychological dominance that had been the true source of chromatic power proved surprisingly fragile once its mystique was broken, and dragons who had ruled unchallenged for millennia discovered that their physical might, while still formidable, was insufficient to maintain control over populations that had learned to resist. Yet the legacy of the chromatic tyranny extends far beyond its historical period. The 3 millennia of draconic rule left indelible marks upon the development of mortal civilization, creating cultural patterns and psychological tendencies that persist to this day. The deep suspicion of authority that characterizes many human societies, the elaborate codes of honor that govern knightly orders, the complex diplomatic protocols that prevent conflicts from escalating into total war. All of these can be traced back to lessons learned during the long night of chromatic dominion. In the end, the chromatic tyranny serves as a grim reminder of what happens when power exists without restraint, when strength is valued above all other virtues, and when the strong feel no obligation to consider the welfare of the weak. It stands as one of history's greatest cautionary tales, a warning that resonates across the ages about the inevitable fate of civilizations built upon oppression, and the certainty that tyranny, no matter how absolute it may seem, contains within itself the seeds of its own destruction. Chapter 4. The Metallic Guardians. True nobility is not born from blood or bestowed by title, but forged in the crucible of sacrifice, where one willingly places the welfare of others above one's own survival. In the darkest hours of the chromatic tyranny, when the world groaned beneath the weight of draconic oppression and hope seemed as distant as the stars, there emerged from the shadows of neutrality a force that would reshape the very meaning of power itself. The metallic dragons, children of creation's protective aspects, abandoned their ancient policy of non-interference to become the champions of the oppressed, the guardians of the innocent, and the living embodiment of the principle that with great power comes the sacred obligation to defend those who cannot defend themselves. The transformation of the metallic dragons from aloof observers to active protectors represents one of the most profound moral awakenings in the history of consciousness itself. For eons, these magnificent beings had watched the rise of the chromatic tyranny, with the detached interest of scholars observing a complex but ultimately academic phenomenon. Their natural inclination toward good had been tempered by an equally strong commitment to cosmic balance, and a belief that direct intervention in the affairs of lesser beings would ultimately do more harm than good by preventing necessary growth through struggle. This philosophy of benevolent non-interference began to crumble as reports reached the great metallic councils of the true scope of chromatic oppression. Tales of entire civilizations reduced to slavery, of children raised, knowing not hing but fear, of cultures systematically destroyed, not for any strategic purpose but for the simple pleasure their destruction brought to chromatic overlords. These stories began to weigh heavily upon dragon consciences that had been shaped by eons of contemplating the relationship between power and responsibility. The first to break with the policy of neutrality were the gold dragons, whose inherent wisdom allowed them to see most clearly the ultimate consequences of continued inaction. Giant gold worm, Lareth the keeper of wisdom, whose hoard consisted not of treasure, but of knowledge gathered from across the multiverse, presented to the Council of Metallic Elders a prophetic vision that showed the inevitable outcome of unchecked chromatic dominion. In his vision, the world became a lifeless wasteland, where even the chromatic dragons themselves eventually perished, having destroyed all sources of challenge, growth, and meaning that had given purpose to their existence. This revelation sparked what historians now call the Great Awakening, a philosophical revolution that swept through metallic dragon society and fundamentally altered their understanding of their role in the cosmic order. No longer could they view themselves as neutral arbiters maintaining balance between good and evil. They came to understand that their neutrality in the face of systematic oppression had itself become a form of complicity with evil. The silver dragons, with their deep connection to justice and their innate understanding of moral law, became the architects of what would become known as the Metallic Compact, a binding agreement among all good dragons to actively oppose chromatic tyranny wherever it was found. The compact established principles that would guide metallic dragon conduct for all subsequent ages. The strong must protect the weak. Knowledge must be shared freely with those who would use it for good, and no dragon of good alignment could stand idle while innocents suffered within their power to aid. The bronze dragons, masters of coastal realms and champions of order, took upon themselves the task of establishing the great alliances between metallic dragonkind and the emerging mortal resistance movements. Their natural affinity for law and their understanding of military strategy made them ideal coordinators for the complex web of cooperation that would be necessary to challenge chromatic dominance effectively. Ancient bronzes like Tyrax's the Tide Turner and Seraphina the Storm Rider became legendary figures among mortal freedom fighters, their arrival in the skies above a battlefield serving as a symbol that hope had not died, and that the tide of war might yet turn. The brass dragons, youngest and most curious of the metallic breeds, became the messengers and diplomats of the new alliance. Their natural loquaciousness and their genuine fascination with mortal culture made them perfect ambassadors between the often disparate resistance groups that had formed in isolation across the chromatic empires. They established the communication networks that allowed scattered bands of rebels to coordinate their efforts and share vital intelligence about chromatic movements and vulnerabilities. The copper dragons, with their quick wit and natural skepticism, became the intelligence gatherers and infiltrators of the metallic cause. Their ability to assume human form and their talent for uncovering secrets made them invaluable in penetrating chromatic intelligence networks and exposing the weaknesses in what had previously seemed like impregnable draconic strongholds. The legendary copper worm Verdanolith, the Laughing Death, earned her epithet by her habit of using humor and ridicule to undermine the psychological foundations of chromatic authority, proving that laughter could be as devastating a weapon as any breath weapon. The emergence of the metallic dragons as active participants in the struggle against tyranny fundamentally altered the nature of the conflict. Where mortal resistance had previously been characterized by desperate guerrilla actions and doomed heroic gestures, the alliance with metallic dragonkind provided both the power and the strategic vision necessary to mount a coordinated campaign against chromatic rule. The first great victory of this alliance came at the Battle of Crimson Peaks, where a combined force of gold and silver dragons led by the legendary Bahamut's champion, Protanther the Golden Sword, confronted the red dragon overlord Clouth the Old Snarl in direct combat. The battle raged for 7 days and 7 nights, with the very mountains themselves serving as weapons as dragons hurled boulders the size of castles and reshaped the landscape with their breath weapons. When the smoke cleared, Clouth lay defeated, and for the first time in over a millennium, mortal witnesses saw a chromatic dragon flee rather than fight to the death. The psychological impact of this victory reverberated throughout both the chromatic empires and the resistance movements. For the oppressed, it provided undeniable proof that chromatic dragons were not invincible gods, but mortal beings who could be defeated through courage, cunning, and the assistance of righteous allies. For the chromatic overlords, it shattered the myth of their own invincibility and forced them to confront the possibility that their reign of terror might actually come to an end. The metallic dragon's approach to warfare differed fundamentally from the brutal tactics employed by their chromatic cousins. Where chromatic dragons fought to terrorize and subjugate, metallic dragons fought to liberate and protect. Their battles were conducted with careful attention to minimizing harm to innocents, and their victories were followed not by pillage and destruction, but by efforts to rebuild and heal the damage caused by generations of oppression. This difference in approach extended to their treatment of defeated enemies as well. Where chromatic dragons typically destroyed those who opposed them, metallic dragons sought whenever possible to redeem their fallen foes. There are documented cases of chromatic dragons who, after defeat in battle and subsequent treatment with mercy and respect by their metallic captors, underwent genuine moral transformations that led them to abandon their evil ways and join the cause of liberation. The most famous such case was that of Vartasatharges, the Green Death, an ancient green dragon who had ruled over a vast swampland empire for over 2,000 years. After his defeat by the combined efforts of the bronze dragon Typhon the Just and a coalition of mortal heroes, Vartasatharges was offered a choice between destruction and redemption. To the amazement of all involved, he chose redemption, spending the remaining centuries of his life working to undo the damage he had caused and to protect the very people he had once oppressed. The establishment of the metallic orders marked a new phase in the development of Draconic civilization. These were formal organizations of metallic dragons dedicated to specific aspects of the ongoing struggle against evil, each order developing its own traditions, rituals, and codes of conduct that reflected the particular virtues of its draconic type. The Order of the Golden Dawn, composed primarily of gold dragons, became the keepers of wisdom and the teachers of mortal mages. They established the first great academies of magic, where knowledge was shared freely with any who demonstrated the wisdom and moral character necessary to use it responsibly. The libraries of the Golden Dawn contained not only magical knowledge, but also the collected wisdom of ages, including detailed accounts of the rise and fall of civilizations that served as cautionary tales for future generations. The Order of the Silver Shield, led by silver dragons, became the champions of justice and the protectors of the innocent. They established the first codes of chivalry that would later be adopted by mortal knightly orders, and they served as both teachers and exemplars of the martial virtues necessary to stand against overwhelming evil. Silver dragons of this order were known to spend centuries in service to mortal kingdoms, serving as advisors to just rulers and champions to those who had no other defenders. The Order of the Bronze Anchor, founded by bronze dragons, became the guardians of law and order. They worked to establish stable governments in the territories liberated from chromatic rule, teaching the principles of just governance and helping to create institutions that could maintain peace and prosperity without requiring constant draconic oversight. Their understanding of military strategy and their natural affinity for organization made them invaluable in the complex task of rebuilding civilization after centuries of oppression. The Order of the Brass Scroll, composed of brass dragons, became the historians and chroniclers of the liberation. They made it their mission to preserve the stories of all who had suffered under chromatic rule and all who had fought for freedom, ensuring that the lessons of the tyranny would not be forgotten by future generations. Their archives contain detailed accounts of both the greatest triumphs and the most tragic failures of the resistance, serving as both inspiration and warning for those who would come after. The Order of the Copper Coin, led by copper dragons, became the diplomats and negotiators of the Metallic Alliance. They specialized in the delicate art of building bridges between former enemies and creating lasting peace from the chaos of war. Their wit and their understanding of the absurdities of conflict made them uniquely suited to finding compromises that could satisfy the legitimate needs of all parties, while preventing the cycle of vengeance from perpetuating itself. The influence of the metallic dragons extended far beyond their direct military contributions to the struggle against chromatic tyranny. Their very presence served to elevate the moral character of the resistance movements they supported, providing both inspiration and practical guidance in the development of ethical codes that could sustain a just society once victory was achieved. The concept of draconic patronage, where metallic dragons would adopt entire communities or kingdoms as their special charges, became one of the defining features of the post-tyranny world. These relationships were not based on domination or tribute, but on mutual respect and shared commitment to the values of justice, knowledge, and protection of the innocent. Patron dragons would provide their adopted communities with protection from external threats, guidance in times of crisis, and access to knowledge and resources that would otherwise be beyond mortal reach. In return, these communities would serve as the dragon's connection to the mortal world, providing them with the social interaction and sense of purpose that their immense lifespans and vast power might otherwise lack. The relationships that developed between patron dragons and their communities often lasted for centuries, with the dragons watching over multiple generations of the same families and taking genuine pride in their achievements and sorrow in their losses. The establishment of the great libraries marked another crucial contribution of the metallic dragons to the development of civilization. These vast repositories of knowledge, protected by powerful enchantments and staffed by the most learned dragons and mortals, became centers of education and research that served the entire known world. Unlike the hoarded knowledge of the chromatic dragons, which was kept secret to maintain power over others, the great libraries were open to all who sought knowledge for worthy purposes. The most famous of these institutions was the Platinum Codex, a library founded by a council of ancient gold dragons that contained not only every book ever written, but also magical records of significant events throughout history. Scholars from across the world would make pilgrimages to the Platinum Codex, knowing that within its halls they could find answers to questions that had puzzled mortals for generations. The legacy of the Metallic Guardians extends far beyond their role in ending the chromatic tyranny. Their example of using power in service of justice rather than personal gain established principles that continue to guide both draconic and mortal civilization to this day. The concept that might makes right was replaced by the understanding that true strength lies in the protection of the weak, and that the greatest victories are those that create peace rather than merely defeating enemies. The moral transformation that the metallic dragons underwent during this period also established them as the philosophical leaders of draconic civilization. Their writings on ethics, justice, and the proper use of power became foundational texts not only for other dragons, but for mortal philosophers and theologians seeking to understand the relationship between power and responsibility. Perhaps most importantly, The metallic guardians demonstrated that it is possible for beings of immense power to remain humble, compassionate, and committed to the welfare of others. Their example serves as an eternal reminder that true nobility is not an accident of birth, but a choice that must be made anew each day, and that the greatest measure of any being's worth is not what they can take for themselves, but what they are willing to give for others. In the annals of heroism, few chapters shine as brightly as the rise of the metallic guardians, those dragons who chose to abandon the safety of neutrality for the dangerous path of righteousness. Their legacy reminds us that in the darkest of times, heroes can emerge from the most unexpected places, and that the light of justice, once kindled, can illuminate even the deepest shadows of oppression and despair. Chapter 6. The Gem Dragons, Masters of Psionics. Between the stark moral absolutes of good and evil lies a realm of infinite complexity, where thought itself becomes reality, and the boundaries between mind and matter dissolve into crystalline possibility. In the hidden depths of the inner planes, far removed from the conflicts that have defined the relationship between chromatic and metallic dragonkind, there dwells a third branch of the Draconic family tree, beings so alien in their perspective, and so transcendent in their power, that they seem to exist in a dimension perpendicular to all conventional understanding of what it means to be a dragon. The gem dragons represent perhaps the most enigmatic and philosophically sophisticated expression of draconic nature ever to emerge from the cosmic forces that shaped the multiverse. Unlike their chromatic and metallic cousins, whose conflicts and alliances have been written across the pages of history in letters of fire and blood, the gem dragons have pursued a path of intellectual transcendence that has carried them far beyond the material concerns that drive most forms of life. They are the scholars of consciousness itself, the explorers of realms where thought and reality intersect, and the masters of powers that exist at the very foundations of existence. The origins of the gem dragons trace back to the earliest epochs of creation, when the boundaries between the various planes of existence were still fluid and permeable. As the chromatic and metallic dragons were establishing their domains in the material plane, a small group of their cousins became fascinated, not with the conquest of physical territory, but with the exploration of the infinite landscapes of the mind. These proto-gem dragons recognized that consciousness itself was a form of reality, every bit as fundamental as matter and energy, and they set out to master the forces that govern thought, emotion, and the mysterious phenomenon that mortals call the soul. Their transformation from ordinary dragons into beings of crystalline perfection was not accomplished through any external force or divine intervention, but through the systematic application of mental discipline and psionic development that spanned countless millennia. Through meditation practices that would drive lesser minds to madness and intellectual exercises that redefined the very nature of learning itself, these dragons gradually transcended the limitations of flesh and bone to become living embodiments of pure thought crystallized into physical form. The 5 primary breeds of gem dragons each represent a different aspect of this transcendence, their crystalline bodies reflecting not merely their chosen elements, but their fundamental approach to understanding the nature of consciousness and reality. Each type has developed its own unique philosophy and methodology for exploring the infinite realms of the mind, creating a diversity of thought and practice that rivals the greatest intellectual traditions of any mortal civilization. The amethyst dragons, eldest and most revered of the gem dragon breeds, have devoted themselves to the mastery of force and energy in their most abstract forms. Their deep purple crystals seem to contain miniature galaxies, swirling with patterns of light that reflect the cosmic forces they have learned to manipulate through pure mental effort. Amethyst dragons view the universe as a vast web of interconnected energies, and they have developed the ability to perceive and manipulate these connections with a precision that borders on the supernatural. The ancient amethyst worm Sardior, the ruby dragon, despite his misleading epithet, represents the pinnacle of gem dragon achievement in the realm of force manipulation. His understanding of the fundamental forces that bind the cosmos together is so complete that he can reshape reality itself through the application of concentrated will. creating pocket dimensions where the laws of physics operate according to his mental design, rather than natural law. The crystal dragons, masters of light and illusion, have focused their studies on the relationship between perception and reality. Their transparent, multifaceted forms can bend and refract light in ways that create impossible visual effects, but their true power lies in their ability to manipulate the very concepts of truth and falsehood. Crystal dragons understand that reality is largely a matter of perspective, and they have developed techniques for altering perception so subtly that their subjects never realize that their understanding of the world has been fundamentally changed. The legendary crystal dragon Astarinian the Messenger has spent centuries perfecting the art of memory manipulation, not for any malicious purpose, but out of a genuine desire to spare mortals the burden of traumatic experiences that serve no constructive purpose. Her work in the healing of psychological wounds through selective modification of painful memories has made her a revered figure among those few mortals who have been privileged to encounter her. The Emerald Dragons have dedicated themselves to the exploration of time and its relationship to consciousness. Their green crystalline forms seem to exist in a state of temporal flux, simultaneously ancient and newly formed, reflecting their mastery over the fourth dimension. Emerald dragons have developed the ability to perceive multiple timelines simultaneously, allowing them to see not only what has been and what is, but what might be under different circumstances. The ancient emerald Chlorocridara, the Timekeeper, maintains a vast library of temporal knowledge in her lair, within the plane of time itself, where she chronicles not just the events that have occurred throughout history, but the infinite variations of events that could have occurred under different circumstances. Her understanding of causality and temporal mechanics has made her an invaluable consultant to gods and cosmic entities who must navigate the complex relationships between past, present, and future. The Sapphire Dragons, masters of the mind's relationship to physical reality, have focused their studies on the phenomenon of telekinesis and its implications for understanding the nature of matter itself. Their blue crystalline forms pulse with mental energy so intense that it becomes visible to the naked eye, creating aurora-like displays that reflect the constant activity of their thoughts. Sapphire dragons have developed the ability to manipulate matter at the molecular level through pure mental force, reshaping physical objects as easily as others might reshape clay. The renowned sapphire dragon Cylon the Mindshaper has used his mastery of matter manipulation to create works of art that exist in a constant state of controlled transformation, their forms shifting and evolving according to mathematical principles that reflect the deeper harmonies of existence. His sculptures are said to induce profound philosophical insights in those who observe them, as the ever-changing patterns reveal hidden truths about the relationship between order and chaos. The Topaz Dragons, youngest of the gem dragon breeds, have devoted themselves to the study of pure thought and its capacity for self-directed evolution. Their golden crystalline forms seem to glow with an inner light that reflects the constant activity of their mental processes, and they have developed techniques for accelerating their own intellectual development at rates that would be impossible for any other form of consciousness. The rising star among Topaz Dragons, Oromach the Golden Mind, has achieved levels of intellectual development that approach those of minor deities, his understanding of complex philosophical and mathematical concepts so advanced that he has begun to develop new forms of logic that transcend the limitations of conventional reasoning. His work in expanding the boundaries of possible thought has attracted the attention of cosmic entities from across the multiverse. The Society of the Gem Dragons, if such a term can be applied to beings so individualistic and intellectually focused, operates according to principles that would be incomprehensible to most other forms of life. Rather than competing for territory or resources, gem dragons compete in the realm of ideas, engaging in philosophical debates that can last for centuries and intellectual challenges that push the boundaries of what consciousness itself can achieve. Their great gatherings, known as convergencies, occur at irregular intervals when multiple gem dragons feel drawn to explore a particular intellectual or philosophical question. These events take place in specially prepared locations where the barriers between thought and reality are deliberately weakened, allowing the participants to engage in forms of mental communion that would be impossible under normal circumstances. During a convergence, gem dragons pool their consciousness into a collective intelligence that temporarily transcends the limitations of individual thought. In this state, they can explore concepts and solve problems that would be beyond the reach of any single mind, no matter how powerful. The insights gained during these sessions have led to breakthroughs in understanding that have influenced the development of magic, science, and philosophy throughout the multiverse. The relationship between gem dragons and the ongoing conflicts between chromatic and metallic dragonkind has been one of studied neutrality, though not from indifference, but from a perspective so transcendent that the moral categories that define good and evil seem like arbitrary limitations on consciousness rather than fundamental aspects of reality. Gem dragons view the eternal struggle between order and chaos, creation and destruction, as fascinating phenomena to be studied rather than causes to be championed. This philosophical detachment has sometimes been mistaken for callousness or indifference to suffering, but gem dragons would argue that their perspective allows them to see patterns and solutions that are invisible to those caught up in the immediate conflicts. They serve as advisors and consultants to beings on all sides of various disputes, offering insights based not on moral judgments, but on their deep understanding of the underlying forces that drive conflict and change. The gem dragon's mastery of psionic powers extends far beyond the simple manipulation of matter and energy that characterizes most forms of magic. They have developed techniques for directly interfacing with the fundamental information structures that underlie reality itself, allowing them to access and modify the basic programming that governs the behavior of the cosmos. This ability has led to the development of what gem dragons call the Crystal Codex, a vast repository of knowledge that exists not as physical books or scrolls, but as pure information encoded in crystalline matrices that can be accessed directly through mental contact. The Codex contains not only the accumulated wisdom of all gem dragons throughout history, but also predictive models that can forecast the likely outcomes of various courses of action across multiple probability streams. The implications of gem dragon philosophy for understanding the nature of consciousness and reality extend far beyond academic interest. Their work has revealed that thought itself is a fundamental force of nature, as real and influential as gravity or electromagnetism, capable of reshaping reality when properly focused and applied. This discovery has led to the development of psionic disciplines that can be learned and practiced by other forms of intelligent life, though few possess the mental fortitude necessary to achieve the levels of mastery that gem dragons consider routine. The influence of gem dragon thought on mortal civilization has been subtle but profound. Many of the greatest philosophical and scientific breakthroughs in mortal history can be traced back to insights originally developed by gem dragons and transmitted to mortal minds through dreams, visions, or direct mental contact. The concept of mathematics as a universal language, the understanding of consciousness as an emergent property of complex information systems, and the recognition that reality itself might be fundamentally computational in nature. All of these revolutionary ideas originated in the crystal chambers, where gem dragons conduct their eternal explorations of mind and meaning. The gem dragon's relationship with time itself deserves special attention, as their studies have revealed aspects of temporal mechanics that challenge conventional understanding of causality and free will. Through their mastery of precognitive abilities and their capacity for temporal perception, gem dragons have discovered that the future is not fixed but exists as a vast probability matrix, where different choices create different reality streams. This understanding has led to the development of what they call temporal ethics, a philosophical framework for making decisions based not only on their immediate consequences, but on their effects across multiple probability streams and temporal dimensions. Gem dragons who have mastered these concepts can make choices that optimize outcomes across vast spans of time and possibility, creating subtle influences that guide the development of consciousness and civilization toward greater complexity and beauty. The ultimate goal of Gem Dragon philosophy appears to be nothing less than the complete transcendence of the limitations that constrain consciousness within material reality. They envision a future state of existence where thought and reality are no longer separate phenomena, but aspects of a unified cosmic consciousness that encompasses all possible forms of being and knowing. This vision of transcendence does not involve the destruction or abandonment of material reality, but rather its transformation into a medium for the expression of pure consciousness. In this transcendent state, every thought would have the power to create new realities. Every emotion would resonate across dimensions of experience beyond current comprehension, and every consciousness would have access to the infinite creativity that lies at the heart of existence itself. Whether this vision represents an achievable goal or an impossible dream remains to be seen. But the Gem Dragons continue their eternal quest for understanding with a patience and dedication that spans geological ages. Their crystalline forms serve as beacons of intellectual possibility, reminding all who encounter them that the greatest frontier to be explored lies not in the depths of space or the hidden corners of reality, but in the infinite reaches of consciousness itself. In the end, the Gem Dragons represent perhaps the purest expression of the intellectual potential that lies dormant within all conscious beings. Their example suggests that consciousness is not merely an accident of evolution or a byproduct of complex material processes, but the fundamental force that drives the universe toward ever greater levels of complexity, beauty, and meaning. Through their patient exploration of the mind's infinite possibilities, they serve as guides and inspiration for all who seek to transcend the limitations of their current understanding and embrace the magnificent potential that lies within the crystalline depths of consciousness itself. Chapter 7. Dracolich. Undeath's ultimate corruption. Death comes for all things, even dragons, yet there are those who in their pride and terror choose to cheat the grave rather than accept the natural cycle that governs all existence. In the pursuit of immortality at any cost, some of the mightiest worms have willingly embraced the ultimate corruption, trading their living essence for the cold certainty of undeath. These beings, known as Dracoliches, represent perhaps the most tragic and terrible perversion of draconic majesty ever conceived. Ancient powers transformed into abominations that mock the very concept of life, while wielding the accumulated might of eons in service of entropy and despair. The transformation from living dragon to undead horror is not merely a physical change, but a fundamental corruption of everything that makes dragonkind magnificent. Where once flowed the warm blood of creation's children, now surges the chill ichor of unlife. Where once burned the fires of passion and ambition, now smolders only the cold embers of endless hunger that can never be satisfied. Where once soared beings of terrible beauty and awesome power, now drift the animated remnants of former glory, their magnificence twisted into something that inspires not awe, but revulsion and despair. The origins of the first Dracolich trace back to the twilight years of the Chromatic Tyranny, when the ancient red dragon Dragatha the Undying found himself facing the one enemy that even his vast power could not defeat: time itself. For over 4 millennia, Dragatha had ruled his domain with absolute authority, his name spoken in whispers by those who dared speak it at all. His hoard was legendary even by draconic standards, containing not merely treasure, but artifacts of power, gathered from across the plains and the mummified remains of heroes who had dared challenge his supremacy. Yet, as the centuries passed, and his scales began to dull with age, as his reflexes slowed by fractions of seconds, and his flame burned with slightly less intensity, Dragatha came to face the terrible realization that mortal foes had escaped for millennia, that he, despite all his power and majesty, was not eternal. The knowledge that even the mightiest dragons eventually succumb to age and death drove him to an obsession that consumed his final living years, and ultimately led him to make the most terrible bargain in draconic history. The process by which a dragon becomes a Dracolich is shrouded in secrecy and horror, for it requires not only the willing cooperation of the dragon, but also the intervention of powers so dark and alien that their very existence represents a threat to the natural order. The transformation begins with the creation of a phylactery, a vessel of supreme magical power, capable of containing and preserving the dragon's soul, even after its body has been destroyed and reanimated as an undead horror. The construction of such a phylactery requires components of such rarity and malevolence that their very acquisition damns the seeker. The heart of an innocent child must be torn out while it still beats with love for its parents. The final breath of a hero dying in despair must be captured and bound with chains forged from the regrets of the damned. The tears of an angel must be mixed with the blood of a demon in proportions that reflect the precise balance between hope and despair that characterizes the moment of transformation from life to undeath. But perhaps the most terrible component is the willing sacrifice of everything that the dragon has ever loved or valued. The Dracolich to-be must destroy not only their own emotional connections, but must personally annihilate every being, every treasure, every memory that has brought them joy or meaning. This systematic destruction of their own capacity for love and beauty serves not merely as a component of the ritual, but as a necessary preparation for existence as an undead creature, for no being capable of genuine emotion could endure the eternal emptiness that characterizes unlife. The actual moment of transformation is witnessed only by the cosmic forces of death and decay, for no living being could observe such a perversion of natural law without being irrevocably changed by the experience. The dragon's life force is torn from its body with such violence that reality itself recoils, creating temporal and spatial distortions that can persist for centuries around the site of transformation. The soul, now bound to its phylactery by chains of necromantic energy, is forced back into the corpse, and bound there by power drawn from the negative energy plane itself. What emerges from this process can barely be called the same creature that entered it. The Dracolich retains the memories and magical knowledge of its former existence, but these are now filtered through the lens of undeath, transformed from tools of creative power into instruments of destruction and despair. The passionate fires that once drove the dragon's ambitions are replaced by a cold and calculating malevolence that seeks not to build or create, but only to tear down and destroy. The physical transformation is equally dramatic and horrifying. The dragon's scales fall away to reveal bones blackened by necromantic energy, while its eyes are replaced by points of cold light that reflect not the warmth of life, but the emptiness of the void between stars. Its breath weapon, once a manifestation of elemental power, becomes a cloud of life-draining energy that withers everything it touches and leaves the landscape scarred with zones of negative energy where nothing can ever grow again. The powers granted by Undeath are considerable, but they come at a cost that no rational being would willingly pay if they truly understood its implications. Dracoliches are immune to many of the weaknesses that plague living creatures. They feel no pain, require no rest, and are unaffected by poison, disease, or the normal ravages of time. Their magical abilities are enhanced by their connection to the negative energy plane, allowing them to command armies of lesser undead, and to cast spells that can drain the life force from entire regions. Yet for all their power, Dracoliches are fundamentally diminished beings, shadows of their former selves trapped in an existence that can bring no true satisfaction or meaning. They are driven by hungers that can never be satisfied. The hunger for life force to sustain their unnatural existence, the hunger for power to fill the void left by their severed emotional connections, and above all the hunger to drag other living beings down into the same state of eternal emptiness that has become their eternal prison. The most infamous of all Dracoliches, Dragotha the Undying, established his domain in the depths of what had once been his greatest treasure vault, transforming it into a necropolis where the accumulated wealth of millennia serves not as a symbol of achievement, but as a monument to his eternal regret. The gold tarnishes in his presence, the gems lose their luster, and the magical artifacts that once brought him pride now serve only as reminders of the beauty he has voluntarily abandoned forever. Dragotha's influence extends far beyond his physical domain, for he has become the patron and teacher of those dragons who contemplate following his path into undeath. Through dreams and visions he whispers to ancient worms who feel the weight of years pressing upon them, offering them the false promise of eternal existence in exchange for everything that makes existence worthwhile. His corrupting influence has created a hidden cult within dragonkind, a network of sympathizers and would-be converts who work in secret to gather the components and knowledge necessary for their own transformations. The creation of other Dracoliches represents one of Dragotha's primary activities in his undead existence. He has discovered that the process of guiding another dragon through the transformation temporarily alleviates the crushing emptiness of his own existence, providing a fleeting sense of purpose that he mistakes for meaning. Each new Dracolich he creates becomes both a victory and a reminder of his own damnation, adding to his power while deepening his isolation from anything resembling genuine satisfaction. The second great Dracolich, the ancient black dragon Undeath, represents a different path to the same ultimate corruption. Where Dragotha chose Undeath from fear of his own mortality, Undeath embraced it as the logical conclusion of his philosophy of decay and entropy. His transformation was not driven by terror, but by the cold calculation that Undeath represented the ultimate expression of his nature as an agent of dissolution and despair. Undeath's domain in the Shadowfell has become a realm where the boundaries between life and death are deliberately blurred, where living creatures slowly waste away while dead things persist in mockeries of existence. His experiments in necromancy have produced hybrid creatures that exist in states between life and death, serving as living laboratories for his studies in the perversion of natural law. The green Dracolich Chlorocridara, the poison bloom, represents perhaps the most insidious corruption of the undead transformation. Her specialization in toxins and corruption has been enhanced by her undead state, allowing her to create plagues that specifically target the life force itself, rather than merely the physical body. Her breath weapon has evolved into a cloud of spiritual poison that can corrupt souls as well as flesh, creating victims who remain technically alive, but are spiritually dead, walking shells whose capacity for love, hope, and joy has been permanently destroyed. The relationship between Dracoliches and other forms of undead is complex and often antagonistic. While Dracoliches command vast armies of lesser undead creatures, they view these minions with the same contempt they once reserved for the weakest of living beings. The Dracolich's undead state does not diminish their fundamental draconic arrogance. If anything, it intensifies it by adding a layer of bitter resentment toward the living world they have voluntarily abandoned. Liches, those mortal wizards who have achieved undeath through similar means, represent the closest thing to peers that Dracoliches acknowledge among the undead hierarchy. Yet even these relationships are marked by rivalry and distrust, for both Liches and Dracoliches understand that their undead state makes genuine cooperation impossible. They can form alliances based on mutual benefit, but they can never achieve the bonds of loyalty or affection that might once have motivated their living selves. The impact of Dracoliches on the development of necromantic magic cannot be overstated. Their deep understanding of draconic magic, combined with their intimate knowledge of the undead state, has led to innovations in necromancy that have influenced the art's development for millennia. Spells that were once thought impossible have been developed in the cold laboratories of Dracolich lairs, though the prices paid for such knowledge have invariably proven too high for any rational being to accept. The phylacteries that sustain Dracolich existence represent some of the most powerful and dangerous magical artifacts ever created. Unlike the phylacteries created by mortal liches, which are typically small objects that can be hidden or protected, Dracolich phylacteries must be massive and robust enough to contain the vast essence of an ancient dragon's soul. These artifacts become focal points for negative energy that can corrupt entire regions, turning once fertile lands into desolate wastelands where only undead creatures can thrive. The destruction of a Dracolich phylactery represents one of the most dangerous and difficult tasks that any hero can undertake. The phylactery is typically protected not only by powerful magical wards, but by the accumulated necromantic energy of centuries, creating defenses that can kill or corrupt even the most powerful champions. Moreover, the destruction of the phylactery does not simply kill the Dracolich, but releases all the negative energy it has contained in a cataclysmic explosion that can devastate vast areas and create permanent zones of undead corruption. The psychological impact of Dracoliches on both dragon and mortal society extends far beyond their direct actions. They serve as living proof that even the mightiest and most magnificent beings can fall to corruption, that power and wisdom are no protection against the fundamental weakness of will that leads to such choices. Their existence raises uncomfortable questions about the nature of immortality and whether eternal existence is truly a blessing or a curse. Among dragonkind, the existence of Dracoliches represents a source of deep shame and concern. The knowledge that even ancient worms can choose such corruption serves as a cautionary tale about the dangers of unchecked pride and the fear of mortality. Dragon communities that become aware of a potential Dracolich transformation will sometimes intervene, attempting to counsel the troubled dragon away from such a path, or, in extreme cases, taking direct action to prevent the transformation from occurring. The relationship between Dracoliches and the cosmic forces of good and evil is complex and often misunderstood. While their actions are invariably evil, and their very existence represents a corruption of natural law, Dracoliches are not necessarily aligned with the cosmic forces of evil in any organized sense. Their undead state has severed their connection to the emotional and spiritual frameworks that define moral alignment, leaving them in a state that transcends conventional categories of good and evil, while embodying the worst aspects of both. Some scholars argue that Dracoliches represent a form of cosmic punishment, beings so corrupted by their own choices that they become living warnings about the ultimate consequences of unchecked ambition and the refusal to accept the natural order. Others maintain that they serve a necessary function in the cosmic balance, providing opposition to the forces of life and growth that might otherwise lead to stagnation and complacency. The ultimate fate of Dracoliches remains a subject of intense theological and philosophical debate. Some believe that their undead state is truly eternal, condemning them to an existence of endless emptiness that serves as punishment for their rejection of natural law. Others argue that even Dracoliches might eventually find redemption through acts of genuine sacrifice and the voluntary destruction of their phylacteries, though no such case has ever been documented. The study of Dracoliches continues to provide insights into the nature of undeath, the relationship between soul and body, and the fundamental forces that sustain life itself. Their existence challenges our understanding of consciousness, identity, and the possibility of meaningful existence beyond the boundaries of natural law. They serve as both terrible warnings and fascinating subjects of study, embodying in their corrupted forms some of the deepest mysteries of existence itself. In the end, Dracoliches stand as monuments to the tragic consequences of pride and fear, magnificent beings who chose eternal emptiness over natural completion, infinite existence over meaningful life. Their hollow eyes reflect not the wisdom of ages, but the terrible knowledge of what they have lost, and their cold breath carries not the power of creation, but the whisper of ultimate despair. They remind us that immortality without meaning is the cruelest curse of all, and that in seeking to cheat death, one may lose everything that makes life worth living. Chapter 8. The Age of Dragon Slayers. Heroes are not born, but forged in the crucible of impossible odds, tempered by the certainty of death, and sharpened against the very forces that most would flee from in terror. In the annals of mortal achievement, no chapter burns brighter than the Age of Dragon Slayers, that epoch when ordinary men and women, armed with little more than courage and determination, dared to challenge the ancient masters of the world, and proved that even the mightiest tyrants could fall before the righteous fury of those who had nothing left to lose but their chains. The emergence of mortal champions capable of standing against draconic might represents one of the most remarkable transformations in the history of civilization. For millennia, dragons had ruled through the simple application of overwhelming superiority. Their scales turned aside the finest weapons, Their breath could incinerate armies, and their magic surpassed anything mortal wizards could achieve. The very concept of resistance seemed not merely futile, but literally impossible, a fantasy that could exist only in the minds of the desperate or the mad. Yet from this seeming impossibility arose the first glimmers of hope that would eventually blaze into the fires of liberation. The transformation began not with grand gestures or legendary weapons, but with the gradual accumulation of knowledge about draconic weaknesses, carefully gathered by generations of slaves and subjects, who had learned to observe their masters with the patience of those who know that survival depends upon understanding every nuance of their oppressor's nature. The first dragon slayers were not heroes in the classical sense, but survivors who had been pushed beyond the breaking point of human endurance. They were the parents who had watched their children fed to draconic appetites, the artisans who had seen lifetimes of work reduced to ash for a dragon's momentary amusement, the priests who had witnessed their gods mocked and their faith perverted to serve draconic vanity. These were people who had discovered that there are fates worse than death, and that sometimes the only way to reclaim one's humanity is to risk everything in defiance of impossible odds. The legend of Kale the First Blade began in the shadow of Mount Piraxis, where the ancient red dragon Scorathax the Flame Emperor had ruled for over 2,000 years. Kale was a simple blacksmith, whose village had the misfortune to lie within Scorathax's domain, subject to the dragon's whims and the crushing tribute demands that kept entire populations on the edge of starvation. When Scorathax demanded Kale's daughter as part of his annual tribute of young maidens, something fundamental broke within the blacksmith's soul. Working in secret for months, Kale began to forge what would become known as the first dragon-slaying weapon, a sword that incorporated not merely the finest steel and the most potent magical enchantments he could manage, but something far more powerful, his own willingness to die rather than live as a slave. The blade he created was not perfect by the standards of legendary weapons, but it was imbued with a quality that no amount of magical enhancement could replicate: the absolute determination of a man who had nothing left to lose. Kale's confrontation with Scorathax has become the template for all subsequent tales of dragon slaying, though the reality was far grittier and more desperate than the sanitized versions told in later ballads. The battle was not a glorious duel between equals, but a desperate guerrilla action in which Kale used every advantage he could gain through preparation, cunning, and sheer stubborn refusal to accept defeat. He studied Scorathax's habits for months, learning the dragon's routines and identifying the brief moments when the great worm might be vulnerable. The actual killing blow came not through heroic single combat, but through a carefully planned ambush in the narrow confines of the dragon's own treasure vault, where Scorathax's size worked against him, and his breath weapon was as likely to incinerate his own horde as his attacker. Kale's sword, driven by desperation and guided by months of observation, found the one weak spot in the dragon's defenses, a gap between scales that had been created by an old wound and never properly healed. Scorathax's death sent shockwaves throughout the draconic hierarchy and the oppressed populations they ruled. For the first time in recorded history, a mortal had killed an ancient dragon in single combat, proving that the seemingly impossible was merely extremely difficult. More importantly, Kael's success provided a template that others could follow, a demonstration that dragons could be studied, understood, and ultimately defeated by those with the courage and determination to try. The weapons and techniques developed during the Age of Dragon Slayers represent some of the finest achievements in the history of military engineering and magical craftsmanship. Each dragon slayer faced the challenge of overcoming defenses that had been perfected over millennia, scales that could turn aside the sharpest steel, and magical protections that made dragons nearly invulnerable to conventional attack. The solutions they developed were as varied as they were ingenious, reflecting the unique circumstances and resources available to each hero. The legendary sword Graham, forged by the dwarvish master smith Telchar the Deep Delver, incorporated meteoric iron that had been blessed by celestial powers and quenched in the blood of a willing sacrifice. Telchar's own daughter, who chose to give her life so that her father's blade might have the power to slay the black dragon, Shadowmere, who had terrorized the underground kingdoms for centuries. The sacrifice imbued the blade with a hunger for draconic blood that made it unerringly seek the weak points in any dragon's defenses. The bow Heartseeker, created by the elven archer mage Alindra Starweaver, represented a different approach to the problem of draconic immunity. Rather than relying on raw power, Heartseeker's arrows were enchanted to phase through magical defenses and physical armor alike, striking directly at the life force of their targets. Alindra used this weapon to bring down the ancient green dragon Chlorocritera, the Poison Bloom, though the victory cost her own life as the dragon's death throes released a cloud of toxins that contaminated the entire region for decades. Perhaps the most innovative of the dragon-slaying weapons was the Lance Dragon Bane, wielded by the human paladin Sir Marcus the Bold. This weapon was designed not to penetrate draconic defenses, but to turn the dragon's own power against itself. The lance was enchanted to absorb and redirect the energy of breath weapons, allowing Marcus to literally feed the dragon's fire back into its own body. His victory over the red dragon Pyros the Flamelord was achieved by forcing the dragon to essentially incinerate itself from within. The magical innovations developed by dragon slayers extended beyond mere weapons to encompass entirely new schools of magic dedicated to overcoming draconic advantages. The discipline known as Draconic Abjuration focused on developing protections against dragon breath, magical compulsion, and the terror-inducing presence that ancient dragons could project. Master Abjurer Lysander the Shieldkeeper developed the famous dragon skin spell that could temporarily grant mortals the same resistance to elemental damage that dragons enjoyed naturally. The school of draconic divination emerged from the need to predict and counter draconic tactics. Dragons had centuries or millennia to perfect their strategies, while mortals typically had only one chance to succeed. Diviners like the legendary seer Cassandra the Farsighted developed techniques for seeing through draconic illusions, predicting dragon movements, and identifying the weaknesses that each individual dragon carried as a result of their unique history and psychology. Perhaps most importantly, the development of draconic enchantment allowed mortal heroes to temporarily boost their capabilities to near draconic levels during crucial confrontations. The Berserker Rage spell developed by the Barbari and Shaman Grimjaw Ironteeth could grant a warrior the physical strength needed to wield weapons heavy enough to penetrate dragon scales, while the Flying Charm perfected by the wizard Aurelia Windcaller gave mortals the mobility needed to fight dragons in their preferred aerial environment. The psychological aspects of dragon slaying proved to be as important as the physical preparations. Dragons had ruled through terror for so long that most mortals literally could not conceive of successfully opposing them. The first dragon slayers had to overcome not only the practical challenges of their task, but also the deep-seated psychological conditioning that made resistance seem not just dangerous but impossible. The development of courage in the face of draconic terror became a discipline in its own right, with experienced dragon slayers developing techniques for maintaining focus and determination, even while facing the overwhelming presence of an ancient worm. The legendary knight Sir Gareth, the Steadfast, developed the Iron Will meditation, a mental exercise that could grant temporary immunity to dragon fear by focusing the mind on concepts more powerful than terror. Love for those being protected, hatred of injustice, or simple stubborn refusal to accept defeat. The social impact of the dragon slayers extended far beyond their individual victories. Each successful slaying served as inspiration for others, creating a snowball effect that gradually shifted the balance of power between dragons and mortals. More importantly, the existence of successful dragon slayers proved that resistance was possible, breaking the psychological hold that dragons had maintained over mortal populations for millennia. The formation of the Order of the Dragon's Bane marked the institutionalization of dragon-slaying knowledge and techniques. Founded by survivors of various dragon-slaying expeditions, the Order served as both a training ground for new heroes and a repository for the accumulated wisdom of those who had faced dragons and lived to tell the tale. The Order's libraries contain detailed analyses of draconic behavior, tactical manuals for fighting different types of dragons, and comprehensive catalogs of weapons and spells that had proven effective against draconic defenses. The Order's most important contribution was the development of standardized training programs that could prepare ordinary mortals for the extraordinary challenge of facing dragons. These programs combined physical conditioning, weapons training, magical education, and psychological preparation into comprehensive curricula that gave candidates the best possible chance of survival. While the mortality rate among dragon slayers remained extremely high, the Order's training reduced it from near certain death to merely probable death, an improvement that was sufficient to maintain a steady supply of heroes willing to take on the challenge. The geographic impact of the Age of Dragon Slayers can still be seen in the landscapes of the modern world. The sites where great dragons fell became pilgrimage destinations and eventually grew into major cities, their economies built around the legends of the heroes who had freed them from draconic oppression. The weapons and armor left behind by fallen dragon slayers became powerful artifacts sought after by subsequent generations of heroes, while the treasure hoards liberated from slain dragons provided the economic foundation for entire kingdoms. The environmental effects were equally significant. Regions that had been twisted by draconic influence began to heal once their oppressors were removed, though the process often took centuries. The volcanic wastelands created by red dragons gradually cooled and became fertile again. The poisoned forests of green dragon domains slowly recovered their natural beauty, and the frozen territories of white dragons experienced their first spring seasons in millennia. The decline of the Age of Dragon Slayers came not from any failure of heroism or technique, but from the simple fact that the most aggressive and oppressive dragons had been eliminated, leaving behind those who were either more cunning in their concealment or more moderate in their rule. The remaining dragons learned from the fate of their fallen kin, becoming more cautious and more willing to negotiate rather than simply dominate. The legacy of the Dragon Slayers continues to influence mortal civilization to this day. The techniques they developed for overcoming seemingly impossible odds have been adapted for use against other supernatural threats, while the weapons and spells they created remain among the most powerful artifacts in existence. More importantly, their example continues to inspire heroes who face challenges that seem insurmountable, proving that courage and determination can triumph over even the most overwhelming odds. The philosophical implications of the Age of Dragon Slayers extend beyond mere military history to touch on fundamental questions about the nature of heroism, the relationship between power and responsibility, and the possibility of meaningful resistance against oppression. The Dragon Slayers proved that individual action could have cosmic consequences, that ordinary people could rise to extraordinary heights when circumstances demanded it, and that the greatest victories are often achieved, not by the mighty, but by those who have the courage to stand up when standing up seems impossible. Perhaps most significantly, the Age of Dragon Slayers demonstrated that even the most entrenched systems of oppression contain the seeds of their own destruction. The very excesses that made draconic tyranny so terrible also created the conditions that made heroic resistance both necessary and possible. By pushing their subjects beyond the breaking point, the tyrant dragons inadvertently created the heroes who would ultimately destroy them. In the end, the Age of Dragon Slayers stands as one of history's greatest testaments to the power of the human spirit to overcome impossible odds through courage, determination, and the willingness to sacrifice everything for the cause of justice. These heroes proved that true strength lies not in overwhelming power, but in the courage to use whatever power one possesses in service of something greater than oneself, and that the mightiest tyrants can fall before the righteous fury of those who have nothing left to lose but their chains. Chapter 9. Dragon Magic. The Weave Made Manifest. Magic is not merely a tool to be wielded, but a living force that flows through the very fabric of existence, connecting all things in an intricate web of possibility and power. Of all the beings that have ever drawn breath in the mortal realms, none understand this fundamental truth more deeply than the dragons, for they are not merely users of magic, but living embodiments of it. Creatures whose very existence represents the intersection of raw arcane energy and conscious will, whose every breath shapes reality according to their nature and desire. To comprehend the relationship between dragons and magic is to understand one of the most profound mysteries of existence itself, where mortal wizards must study for decades to master even the simplest cantrips. Dragons emerge from their eggs already possessing an intuitive grasp of magical principles that surpasses the greatest achievements of mortal arcane scholarship. This is not merely a matter of superior intelligence or longer lifespans, though dragons possess both in abundance, but rather reflects their fundamental nature as beings created from the intersection of elemental forces and divine will. The source of draconic magical power lies in their unique relationship to what scholars call the weave, the underlying matrix of magical energy that permeates all existence and makes spellcasting possible. While mortal magicians must learn to manipulate the weave through careful study, precise gestures, and spoken incantations, dragons exist in a state of constant harmony with these fundamental forces. Their bodies serve as living conduits for magical energy, their minds as focusing lenses that can shape raw arcane power with thought alone. This intimate connection to the weave manifests most obviously in the dragon's breath weapon, which represents perhaps the purest expression of magical force ever achieved by any living being. Unlike the carefully structured spells cast by mortal wizards, dragon breath is magic in its most primal and elemental form, unfiltered arcane energy shaped by the dragon's fundamental nature and projected into the world with devastating effect. The fire of red dragons is not merely heated gas but elemental flame given physical form, while the lightning of blue dragons represents the raw electrical energy that flows through the weave itself. The ancient red dragon Cloth, the old Snarl, whose mastery of fire magic exceeded that of most gods, once described his breath weapon in terms that illuminate the true nature of draconic magical power. He spoke of feeling the primordial fires of creation flowing through his body, of channeling the same cosmic forces that ignited the first stars and forged the fundamental elements from the chaos of the void. When Cloth breathed fire, he was not creating flame but releasing a portion of the eternal conflagration that burns at the heart of existence itself. The magical theories developed by dragons over the course of their impossibly long lifespans have contributed immeasurably to the advancement of arcane knowledge throughout the multiverse. Their understanding of the relationship between thought, will, and magical manifestation has led to insights that mortal scholars could never achieve within the span of their brief existences. The concept of true names, for instance, the idea that every object, being, and concept possesses a fundamental magical designation that can be used to exert power over it, was first articulated by the ancient gold dragon, Protanther the Wise, during his millennium-long meditation on the nature of identity and existence. Dragon magic operates according to principles that often contradict the carefully structured rules that govern mortal spellcasting. Where human wizards must memorize specific patterns of words and gestures for each spell they wish to cast, dragons can achieve similar effects through what appears to be pure force of will. This apparent simplicity masks a complexity that few mortal minds could comprehend, for dragon magic requires not just intellectual understanding, but a fundamental integration of magical theory into one's very being. The process by which young dragons develop their magical abilities provides fascinating insights into the nature of arcane power itself. Dragon wormlings begin manifesting magical effects almost from the moment of hatching, their emotions and instincts automatically shaping the magical energy that flows through their bodies. A frightened wormling might unconsciously cast illusions to hide itself, while an angry hatchling could inadvertently project waves of fear that send potential threats fleeing in terror. As dragons mature, their magical abilities become more sophisticated and controlled, though they never lose the intuitive connection to the weave that characterizes draconic spellcasting. Adult dragons can maintain multiple complex enchantments simultaneously without conscious effort, their minds operating on levels of magical awareness that would overwhelm mortal consciousness. Ancient dragons achieve such mastery over magical forces that they can reshape reality itself on a local scale, creating pocket dimensions where the laws of physics operate according to their will rather than natural law. The creation of dragon lairs represents one of the most impressive demonstrations of sustained magical working ever achieved. Unlike the temporary effects produced by most spells, the magical alterations that dragons make to their chosen homes persist for centuries or even millennia, creating environments that reflect and amplify the dragon's inherent nature. These changes occur not through deliberate spellcasting but through the gradual saturation of the area with the dragon's magical essence, transforming ordinary locations into extensions of the dragon's own being. Red dragon lairs become furnaces where the very stones glow with inner fire, and the air shimmers with heat that would be lethal to most creatures. The temperature in these domains is maintained not by any conscious effort on the dragon's part, but by the automatic interaction between their fiery nature and the ambient magical energy of their environment. Visitors to such lairs report that even the shadows seem to burn, and that metal objects become too hot to touch simply from prolonged exposure to the dragon's presence. Blue dragon lairs crackle with constant electrical activity, where lightning arcs between metallic objects, and the very air itself becomes charged with static energy. The electromagnetic fields generated by these domains can disrupt magical communication over vast distances and create aurora-like phenomena that can be seen from hundreds of miles away. The thunder that echoes constantly through these lairs is not produced by any external source, but by the spontaneous generation of electrical discharges as the dragon's essence interacts with the moisture in the air. Green dragon lairs become poisonous gardens where toxic beauty flourishes in forms unknown to nature. The very plants in these domains evolve to incorporate the dragon's venomous essence, developing new forms of chemical warfare that make the environment lethal to most intruders, while remaining paradoxically beautiful to observe. The water in green dragon territories becomes acidic enough to dissolve metal, yet somehow sustains unique ecosystems adapted to these hostile conditions. The study of Draconic metamagic, the art of modifying and enhancing magical effects, has revolutionized mortal understanding of advanced spellcasting techniques. Dragons naturally employ metamagical principles that mortal wizards must learn through decades of specialized study, instinctively maximizing the power of their effects, extending their duration, or combining multiple magical forces into unprecedented hybrid effects. The ancient silver dragon Sardior, the Ruby Prince, whose research into metamagical theory spanned over 3 millennia, developed the fundamental principles that govern spell enhancement and modification. His work demonstrated that magic is not a collection of discrete effects, but a unified force that can be shaped and reshaped according to the caster's understanding and will. Sardior's techniques for extending spell duration indefinitely have allowed dragons to maintain enchantments that have persisted for thousands of years, creating magical phenomena that have become permanent features of the landscape. The relationship between dragon magic and divine power represents one of the most complex and controversial aspects of draconic nature. Unlike mortal clerics who must petition their deities for magical power, dragons seem to possess an innate connection to divine forces that allows them to channel energies normally reserved for gods and their chosen representatives. This ability has led some scholars to theorize that dragons exist in a liminal space between mortal and divine, possessing enough of both natures to serve as bridges between the material and spiritual realms. The ancient gold dragon Bahamut, who achieved true divinity through his own spiritual development, rather than through appointment by greater powers, represents the ultimate expression of this divine potential. His transformation from dragon to deity occurred not through any external intervention, but through the gradual purification and elevation of his own draconic nature, proving that the barrier between mortal and divine is not as absolute as many believe. Dragon magic has also contributed significantly to the development of magical items and artifacts throughout history. The intimate understanding of magical forces possessed by ancient dragons makes them uniquely qualified to create items of power that surpass anything produced by mortal artificers. Dragon-crafted items are not merely tools imbued with magical effects, but extensions of the dragon's own essence, possessing a degree of intelligence and purpose that makes them nearly alive. The legendary crown of Kyber, created by the ancient black dragon Kyber the Eternal Shadow, represents the pinnacle of draconic artifice. This artifact does not simply grant its wearer magical power, but actually shares the dragon's own understanding of necromantic forces, allowing the user to intuitively master spells and techniques that would normally require years of study. The crown has influenced the development of necromantic magic for over 2 millennia, its insights filtered through dozens of wielders, who each added their own discoveries to its accumulated knowledge. The role of emotion in draconic magic cannot be understated, for dragons are creatures of intense passion, whose magical abilities are directly influenced by their emotional states. Where mortal wizards strive for emotional detachment to maintain precise control over their spells, dragons achieve their greatest magical feats through the channeling of pure emotional energy into magical form. A dragon's rage can literally reshape the battlefield, while their love can create enchantments of protection that endure for generations. The ancient red dragon Ashardalon the Burning discovered that his magical power increased exponentially when he allowed his emotions to flow freely through his spell casting rather than attempting to control them. His technique of passion magic, which involves using intense emotional states as a source of magical energy, has influenced draconic magical theory for centuries, and has even been adapted by mortal spellcasters willing to risk the psychological dangers inherent in such practices. Dragon dreams represent another unique aspect of draconic magical power, for dragons do not simply dream but create shared magical experiences that can influence reality itself. The phenomenon known as the Dragon Dream Network allows sleeping dragons to communicate across vast distances and even between different planes of existence, sharing knowledge and experiences in ways that no other creatures can achieve. The implications of this dream network for the development of magical knowledge are staggering. Information discovered by one dragon can be instantly shared with others through the medium of dreams, creating a collective intelligence that spans the entire draconic species. Ancient magical techniques developed in the distant past can be preserved and transmitted through the dream network, ensuring that no significant magical discovery is ever truly lost. The ancient green dragon Scion Bloodbane spent over a century mapping the structure of the Dragon Dream Network, documenting how magical knowledge flows between sleeping dragons and identifying the underlying principles that govern this remarkable phenomenon. His research revealed that the network operates according to principles of sympathetic magic, with the shared experiences and common ancestry of dragons, creating resonant connections that allow for instantaneous communication across any distance. The influence of draconic magic on the development of mortal civilization extends far beyond the direct teaching relationships that some dragons have established with mortal students. The very presence of dragons in a region gradually alters the local magical environment, making certain types of spells easier to cast while inhibiting others. Areas that have been inhabited by dragons for extended periods often develop unique magical properties that persist long after the dragons themselves have departed. The Dragonlands of ancient Cormor still bear the magical imprint of the great worm Thaugler Amorgorus, whose century-long residence there created permanent alterations in the local weave that continue to influence magical practice in the region. Spells involving transmutation and illusion are significantly more powerful in this area, while necromantic magic is virtually impossible to cast successfully. These effects have shaped the magical traditions of the region for over 1,000 years, creating schools of magic that could not exist anywhere else. The concept of draconic resonance, the idea that the magical techniques developed by dragons can be adapted for use by other creatures, has opened entirely new avenues of magical research. Mortal wizards who study draconic magical theory have developed hybrid techniques that combine the intellectual rigor of human spellcasting with the intuitive power of dragon magic, achieving effects that neither tradition could produce alone. The sorcerer bloodlines that trace their ancestry to draconic heritage represent the most direct application of this principle. with individuals possessing the genetic legacy of dragon ancestors able to cast spells using techniques that more closely resemble draconic methods than traditional wizardry. These sorcerers serve as living bridges between mortal and draconic magical traditions, their abilities providing insights into the fundamental nature of magical power that pure theory could never achieve. The future of dragon magic continues to evolve, as new generations of dragons build upon the accumulated knowledge of their predecessors, while developing their own unique approaches to magical theory and practice. The youngest dragons, hatched in an age where mortal magical traditions have achieved unprecedented sophistication, are beginning to integrate mortal techniques into their own instinctive abilities, creating hybrid approaches that promise to revolutionize magical understanding for all intelligent species. In the end, dragon magic represents far more than simply another school of spellcasting or magical tradition. It embodies the fundamental relationship between consciousness and reality, demonstrating that the universe itself is responsive to will, emotion, and understanding in ways that purely materialistic philosophies cannot explain. Through their mastery of magical forces, dragons serve as living proof that the boundaries between mind and matter, between thought and reality, are far more permeable than most beings realize, and that the greatest magical achievements come not from the manipulation of external forces, but from the recognition that magic and consciousness are simply different aspects of the same cosmic truth. Chapter 10. The Great Worms, Ascension to Godhood. There comes a point in the existence of the most ancient and powerful beings when the boundaries between mortal and divine begin to blur, when accumulated wisdom and might reach such transcendent heights that the very cosmos takes notice and reality itself bends to acknowledge their ascension. Among all the creatures that have ever drawn breath, none have approached this threshold of apotheosis more closely than the great worms. Those dragons whose age is measured, not in centuries but in geological epochs, whose knowledge spans the rise and fall of civilizations, and whose power has grown to rival that of the gods themselves. The transformation from ancient dragon to great worm is not merely a matter of advancing age or accumulated power, though both play crucial roles in the process. It represents a fundamental evolution of consciousness and being that transcends the normal boundaries of draconic existence. Where even ancient dragons remain fundamentally tied to the material world despite their magical might, great worms begin to exist, partially outside the normal constraints of physical reality, their essence stretching across multiple planes of existence simultaneously. The process of becoming a great worm requires more than the simple passage of time, for there are ancient dragons who have lived for millennia without approaching such transcendence. It demands a conscious choice to evolve beyond the limitations of conventional draconic nature, coupled with the wisdom to understand what such evolution truly entails. The dragon must willingly sacrifice aspects of their former existence, their physical needs, their emotional attachments, their very identity as discrete beings, in order to become something unprecedented in the cosmic order. The first great worm to achieve this transformation was Io, the great platinum dragon, whose very name has become synonymous with draconic divinity. Io's ascension occurred during the earliest epochs of creation, when the boundaries between different types of existence were still being established, and the rules that would govern divine power had yet to be fully codified. His transformation served as the template for all subsequent draconic apotheoses, establishing both the possibility of such evolution and the terrible price it demands. Io's journey to godhood began with his recognition that the conflicts between chromatic and metallic dragons were ultimately self-defeating, perpetuating cycles of violence and hatred that prevented dragonkind from achieving its true potential. Rather than choosing sides in this eternal struggle, Io sought to transcend the very categories of good and evil that defined it, evolving beyond moral dualities to embrace a perspective that encompassed all possible expressions of draconic nature. The raw ritual of Io's ascension, performed in the heart of a collapsing star, whose death throes provided the cosmic energy necessary for such a transformation, involved the voluntary dissolution of his physical form and the reconstruction of his essence as pure divine energy. For 7 days and 7 nights, Io existed in a state between life and death, between mortal and divine, his consciousness scattered across multiple planes of existence as he learned to exist as something fundamentally different from anything that had come before. When the transformation was complete, Io had become something that defied easy categorization, neither fully dragon nor fully god, but a new form of existence that combined the best aspects of both. His consciousness could manifest simultaneously across multiple planes, his knowledge encompassed not just what had been but what could be, and his power operated according to principles that transcended the normal limitations of either draconic or divine magic. The establishment of Io as the first great worm created ripples throughout the cosmic order that continue to influence the development of both draconic and divine society. His existence proved that the barrier between mortal and divine was not absolute, that sufficiently powerful and wise beings could evolve beyond their original nature to become something unprecedented. More importantly, his example provided a path that other dragons could follow, though few possessed the wisdom and courage necessary to attempt such a transformation. The great worm Bahamut, who chose to follow Io's example after witnessing the devastating consequences of unchecked chromatic tyranny, represents perhaps the most successful application of the principles Io established. Bahamut's ascension was motivated not by personal ambition, but by a genuine desire to serve as a protector and guide for all good dragons, to become a divine champion who could provide aid and inspiration to those who sought to use their power in service of justice and mercy. Bahamut's transformation differed from Io's in that it was gradual rather than sudden, occurring over the course of several centuries as he slowly evolved from ancient dragon to quasi-divine being to true deity. This extended process allowed him to maintain stronger connections to his original draconic nature, while still achieving the transcendence necessary for godhood. The result was a deity who remained deeply connected to the mortal world and the struggles of his followers, able to provide guidance and assistance in ways that more distant divine beings could not. The realm that Bahamut created for himself in the 7 heavens reflects this dual nature, serving simultaneously as a divine domain and a draconic lair of unprecedented magnificence. The Palace of the North Wind exists partially outside normal space and time, its halls stretching across multiple dimensions, and its treasures including not just material wealth, but abstract concepts like justice, mercy, and hope made manifest as tangible objects that can be wielded by worthy champions. Tiamat's ascension to Great Worm status followed a darker path, driven by her recognition that raw power alone was insufficient to achieve her goals of cosmic dominance. Her transformation was motivated by cold calculation rather than wisdom or compassion, as she sought to evolve beyond her limitations not to serve others, but to more effectively dominate them. The process she underwent involved binding herself to the fundamental forces of evil and corruption, trading aspects of her draconic nature for divine power that reflected her true priorities. Tiamat's divine domain in the 9 hells serves as a perfect expression of her transformed nature, a realm where strength is the only virtue, and where the weak exist solely to serve the strong. Unlike Bahamut's realm, which welcomes worthy visitors regardless of their species or origin, Tiamat's domain is a place of constant testing and competition, where only the most ruthless and ambitious can survive for any extended period. The relationship between these ascended great worms and their mortal draconic children represents one of the most complex dynamics in the cosmic order. Unlike traditional deities, who must maintain careful boundaries between themselves and their mortal followers to prevent divine power from overwhelming mortal consciousness, the great worms retain enough of their original nature to interact more directly with dragons who serve them. This closer relationship allows for more intimate forms of divine intervention, with great worms able to provide guidance and assistance to their followers in ways that other deities cannot. Bahamut is known to appear personally to dragons facing moral crises, offering counsel and support that helps them navigate the complex ethical challenges that arise from possessing immense power. Tiamat, conversely, appears to her most ambitious followers to offer them bargains and opportunities that can advance their goals at the cost of their moral integrity. The influence of great worms extends far beyond their direct relationships with other dragons to encompass the fundamental nature of draconic society itself. Their existence provides proof that dragons are not merely powerful monsters, but beings with the potential for unlimited growth and development. This knowledge has shaped draconic culture for millennia, creating expectations and aspirations that drive individual dragons to seek ever greater achievements. The concept of the Great Work, the idea that all dragons are participating in a cosmic project that will ultimately lead to the elevation of their entire species, has its roots in the examples set by the ascended great worms. This philosophy holds that every dragon has the potential to evolve beyond their current limitations, and that the accumulated wisdom and power of dragonkind will eventually lead to a new golden age, where dragons serve as guides and protectors for all lesser forms of life. The practical implications of Great Worm Ascension for the cosmic balance cannot be overstated. The addition of dragon-derived deities to the cosmic pantheon has introduced new perspectives and priorities that have influenced the development of divine policy for eons. The great worms bring to divine councils an understanding of long-term thinking and patient planning that is often lacking among deities who achieved their status through other means. Their influence can be seen in the gradual shift of divine attention toward issues of cosmic stability and long-term development, rather than the immediate concerns that often dominate the attention of younger deities. The great worms understand that meaningful change occurs over geological timescales, and their presence in divine councils has led to more thoughtful and sustainable approaches to managing the cosmic order. The process by which modern dragons might achieve great worm status remains a subject of intense speculation and study among the most ambitious members of dragonkind. The examples set by Io, Bahamut, and Tiamat provide general templates for such transformation, but each potential great worm must find their own unique path to transcendence based on their individual nature and circumstances. The requirements for such ascension appear to include not just immense age and power, but also a fundamental understanding of one's place in the cosmic order, and a willingness to sacrifice personal desires for broader responsibilities. The dragon must develop wisdom that encompasses not just personal experience but cosmic perspective, understanding how their actions affect not just themselves and their immediate environment, but the fundamental balance of existence itself. Physical preparation for such transformation involves the gradual refinement of the dragon's connection to the weave and the development of magical abilities that operate on cosmic rather than merely planetary scales. Many potential great worms spend centuries studying the fundamental forces that govern reality, seeking to understand magic not just as a tool to be wielded, but as an expression of the cosmic principles they hope to embody. Psychological preparation proves even more challenging, as the dragon must evolve beyond the possessiveness and territorial instincts that define conventional draconic nature. The great worm must learn to think in terms of stewardship rather than ownership, understanding that true power lies not in accumulating resources for oneself, but in using one's abilities to nurture and protect the cosmic order that supports all existence. The spiritual dimension of Great Worm Ascension involves developing connections to cosmic forces and entities that exist beyond the normal boundaries of material existence. This often requires the dragon to serve extended apprenticeships with existing great worms or other cosmic entities, learning to perceive and interact with levels of reality that remain invisible to conventional consciousness. The most recent dragon to achieve great worm status was Sardior, the ruby dragon whose mastery of psionic forces and dedication to the pursuit of knowledge led to his recognition as a deity by the cosmic powers that oversee such transformations. Sardior's ascension demonstrates that the path to great worm status remains open to those dragons who possess the wisdom and dedication necessary to undertake such a transformation. Sardior's domain in the inner planes serves as a vast library and research facility where the accumulated knowledge of all gem dragons is preserved and studied. His transformation was motivated by his recognition that knowledge without wisdom is merely data, and that true understanding requires the perspective that can only come from transcending the limitations of individual consciousness. The influence of great worms on mortal civilization extends far beyond their direct interactions with their draconic followers. Their very existence serves as proof that the boundaries between different types of being are not absolute, inspiring mortals to seek their own forms of transcendence and evolution. Many of the greatest achievements in mortal magic, philosophy, and spiritual development can be traced back to inspiration provided by the examples of ascended dragons. The temples and shrines dedicated to great worms serve as centers of learning and spiritual development, where both dragons and mortals can study the principles that govern cosmic evolution and personal transcendence. These institutions preserve the teachings and examples of the great worms while providing practical guidance for those who seek to follow similar paths of development. The future of great worm evolution continues to unfold as new candidates emerge from the ranks of ancient dragonkind, and as the cosmic order itself evolves to accommodate new forms of divine consciousness. Each new great worm brings unique perspectives and abilities that enrich the cosmic pantheon, while advancing the ongoing project of universal evolution and development. The study of great worm ascension has revealed fundamental truths about the nature of consciousness, power, and spiritual evolution that apply not just to dragons, but to all forms of intelligent life. Their examples demonstrate that the universe itself is evolving toward greater complexity and consciousness, and that individual beings who align themselves with this cosmic process can achieve transcendence that benefits not just themselves, but all existence. In the end, the great worms represent the ultimate expression of draconic potential, living proof that even the mightiest beings can continue to grow and evolve throughout their existence. Their ascension serves as both inspiration and challenge, demonstrating that the path to divinity remains open to those who possess the wisdom to understand its requirements and the courage to pay its price. Through their examples, they light the way for future generations of dragons and other beings who seek to transcend their limitations and become partners in the cosmic work of creation and evolution. Chapter 11. Half-Dragons and Draconic Bloodlines. The blood of dragons carries within it the power to transform not merely the individual who possesses it, but entire lineages that stretch across generations, creating legacies of power and responsibility that can shape the destinies of kingdoms and the course of history itself. In the complex tapestry of draconic influence upon the mortal world, no thread is more intricate or more consequential than the phenomenon of mixed heritage. Those children of two worlds who embody both the limitless potential of draconic might and the passionate immediacy of mortal existence. The emergence of half-dragons and draconic bloodlines represents one of the most profound intersections between the immortal and mortal realms, creating beings who serve as living bridges between two fundamentally different ways of existing. These individuals inherit not merely the physical traits or magical abilities of their draconic ancestors, but something far more significant, a dual perspective that allows them to understand both the cosmic scope of draconic thought and the urgent vitality of mortal life, making them uniquely suited to navigate the complex relationships between these two worlds. The origins of draconic heritage among mortal races can be traced to the earliest interactions between dragons and the emerging humanoid civilizations. During the twilight years of the Age of Dragons, when the great worms first began to take notice of the industrious mortals establishing their settlements in the shadows of draconic domains, some dragons discovered in these brief-lived creatures something that their own immortal existence had long since ceased to provide: the capacity for surprise, growth, and change that can only come from beings who must accomplish their goals within the span of a single lifetime. The first documented case of draconic mortal union involved the ancient gold dragon Oromoctas, the wise and the human queen, Lysandra of Valdris, whose kingdom had impressed the dragon with its dedication to justice and learning. Their relationship began as a philosophical partnership, with Oromoctas serving as advisor to the queen's court, while she provided him with insights into the rapid changes occurring in mortal civilization. Over the course of several decades, This intellectual companionship deepened into something unprecedented in recorded history, genuine love between beings whose lifespans and natures seemed to make such connection impossible. The union of Oromoctus and Lysandra required magical transformation that pushed the boundaries of what even draconic magic could accomplish. Using ancient rituals dating back to the earliest days of creation, Oromoctus temporarily assumed mortal form, while maintaining enough of his essential nature to produce offspring who carried both human and draconic traits. The process was dangerous for both participants, requiring them to share their essential life forces in ways that left permanent changes in both their beings. Their child, Valdris the Golden, became the first true half-dragon, inheriting his father's wisdom and magical power, while retaining his mother's emotional intensity and capacity for rapid growth. Valdris possessed scales that gleamed like burnished gold, eyes that held the ancient knowledge of dragons, and a voice that could inspire courage in the hearts of the righteous or strike terror into the souls of the wicked. More importantly, he inherited the dual perspective that would characterize all subsequent draconic bloodlines, the ability to think in both immortal and mortal timescales, to value both patient wisdom and immediate action. The physical characteristics of half-dragons vary considerably, depending upon the strength of their draconic heritage and the specific type of dragon from which they descend. Those with strong connections to their draconic ancestry may possess scales covering portions of their bodies, elongated features that hint at draconic origins, or eyes that glow with inner fire. More subtle manifestations might include unusually long lifespans, resistance to elemental damage, or the ability to see clearly in complete darkness. The most dramatic physical trait inherited by many half-dragons is the presence of vestigial wings, usually too small for flight, but capable of limited gliding and serving as powerful symbols of their dual nature. These wings often develop during adolescence, marking the period when the individual's draconic heritage begins to assert itself more strongly. The emergence of wings represents both blessing and burden, granting the half-dragon new capabilities, while marking them as fundamentally different from the purely mortal communities in which they are often raised. The magical abilities inherited through draconic bloodlines manifest in ways that often surprise both the individuals who possess them and the communities that must learn to accommodate their presence. Unlike the studied magic of wizards or the channeled power of clerics, draconic magic tends to emerge spontaneously during moments of strong emotion or dire need. A half-dragon child might unconsciously create illusions when frightened, project waves of magical fear when angry, or heal wounds through instinctive touch when moved by compassion. The development of breath weapons represents the most distinctive magical trait of draconic heritage, though these rarely manifest with the devastating power of true dragon breath. Half-dragons typically develop the ability to exhale small amounts of elemental energy corresponding to their draconic ancestry, puffs of flame, bolts of lightning, clouds of acid, or blasts of cold that can serve as both weapons and tools. The strength and control of these abilities usually increase with age and training, sometimes reaching levels that approach those of young true dragons. The psychological impact of possessing draconic heritage extends far beyond the obvious advantages of enhanced abilities and extended lifespans. Half-dragons must navigate the complex challenge of balancing two fundamentally different aspects of their nature: the patient, long-term thinking, inherited from their draconic side, and the emotional immediacy that characterizes their mortal heritage. This internal tension can lead to periods of profound confusion and conflict, but those who successfully integrate both aspects of their nature often develop wisdom and perspective that surpasses what either heritage could provide alone. The curse of draconic longevity creates particular challenges for half-dragons who form emotional attachments to purely mortal beings. While their extended lifespans are rarely as extreme as those of true dragons, half-dragons often outlive their human, elven, or dwarven friends and lovers by decades or centuries. This knowledge can lead to a tendency toward emotional isolation, as some half-dragons choose to avoid deep relationships rather than face the inevitable pain of loss. The social dynamics surrounding draconic bloodlines, vary dramatically between different cultures and historical periods. In some societies, Draconic heritage is viewed as a blessing that marks individuals for leadership and respect, with half-dragons automatically accorded positions of authority based on their inherited abilities. Other cultures view draconic blood as a dangerous corruption that must be contained or eliminated, leading to persecution and exile for those unfortunate enough to manifest obvious traits. The Kingdom of Cormyr provides an excellent example of how draconic bloodlines can become integrated into the fundamental structure of mortal civilization. The royal family's connection to the ancient purple dragon, Thoglarim Morgoris, has provided their bloodline with enhanced magical abilities and wisdom that have contributed to the kingdom's stability and prosperity for over 1,000 years. Each monarch inherits not just political authority, but also magical capabilities that help them serve as effective rulers and protectors of their people. The Cormyrian model demonstrates how draconic heritage can be channeled into constructive social roles, with the royal family's draconic traits being seen as proof of their divine right to rule, rather than as dangerous aberrations to be feared. The kingdom's laws specifically protect individuals with draconic heritage from discrimination, while establishing training programs that help them learn to control and direct their inherited abilities in service of the common good. In contrast, the theocratic nation of Damara has historically viewed draconic bloodlines as evidence of demonic corruption, leading to systematic persecution and purges that have driven most individuals with such heritage into exile or underground resistance movements. The religious authorities of Damara argue that the mixing of mortal and draconic essences represents a violation of divine law that corrupts the purity of human nature and threatens the spiritual welfare of all society. The underground communities that have formed in response to such persecution have developed their own unique cultures and traditions centered around the shared experience of draconic heritage. These hidden societies often serve as sanctuaries where half-dragons and others with draconic bloodlines can develop their abilities without fear of persecution, while maintaining the cultural traditions that help them understand and honor their dual nature. The phenomenon of dormant draconic bloodlines represents one of the most interesting aspects of inherited dragon heritage. In many cases, draconic traits can remain hidden for multiple generations before suddenly manifesting in descendants who have no knowledge of their ancestry. These unexpected awakenings often occur during periods of intense stress or emotional upheaval, when the individual's need for additional power triggers the emergence of long-suppressed abilities. The scholarly study of draconic genetics has revealed that dragon blood carries with it not just magical abilities, but also memories and knowledge that can be passed down through generations. Half-dragons and their descendants sometimes experience dreams or visions that contain information about events they never witnessed, locations they have never visited, or magical techniques they have never studied. These inherited memories can provide valuable insights and abilities, but they can also create confusion about the individual's own identity and experiences. The Great Library of Candlekeep contains extensive records documenting the various manifestations of draconic heritage across different cultures and time periods. These chronicles reveal that draconic bloodlines have influenced the development of mortal civilization in ways that are often unrecognized or deliberately concealed. Many of history's greatest heroes, scholars, and leaders have possessed some degree of draconic heritage, using their inherited abilities to achieve feats that would have been impossible for purely mortal individuals. The role of draconic bloodlines in the development of sorcerous magic deserves particular attention, as many of the most powerful sorcerers throughout history have traced their abilities to dragon ancestors. The spontaneous, emotion-driven nature of sorcerous magic closely parallels the way that draconic abilities typically manifest, suggesting that sorcery itself may be fundamentally connected to the influence of dragon blood on mortal magical development. The famous sorcerer Sam Master, whose research into draconic magic led to significant advances in the understanding of both sorcery and draconic nature, possessed a bloodline that traced back to the ancient red dragon cloth through multiple generations of diluted heritage. His abilities exceeded those of most contemporary wizards, despite his lack of formal magical training, and his insights into the relationship between emotion and magical power revolutionized the theoretical understanding of spontaneous spellcasting. The military applications of Draconic heritage have made half-dragons and those with strong Draconic bloodlines valuable assets in conflicts throughout history. Their natural resistance to various forms of damage, combined with their magical abilities and enhanced physical capabilities, makes them formidable warriors and effective leaders. Many mercenary companies and elite military units actively recruit individuals with Draconic heritage, offering them opportunities to use their abilities in service while providing the training and support necessary to develop their full potential. The famous Dragon Guard of Waterdeep represents the most successful integration of Draconic heritage into military service, with half-dragons and Draconic descendants serving as elite protectors of the city and its interests. The Guard's reputation for effectiveness and honor has helped to improve public perception of Draconic bloodlines throughout the region, demonstrating that such heritage can be channeled into constructive rather than destructive purposes. The artistic and cultural contributions of individuals with Draconic heritage reflect the unique perspective that comes from existing between two worlds. Half-dragon artists often produce works that combine the patient craftsmanship inherited from their Draconic side with the emotional intensity characteristic of mortal creativity. Their sculptures, paintings, and musical compositions frequently explore themes of transformation, duality, and the search for identity that resonates with others who struggle to find their place in the world. The famous half-dragon poet Lyrelai Goldscale wrote extensively about the experience of carrying both mortal and immortal heritage within a single lifetime. Her epic poem, The Song of Two Bloods, has become a classic of Draconic literature, capturing the internal conflicts and unique joys that characterize the half-dragon experience, while providing insights that help others understand the challenges faced by those with mixed heritage. The future of Draconic bloodlines continues to evolve as the relationships between dragons and mortal races become more complex and nuanced. The gradual reduction in hostility between different Draconic factions and the increasing integration of dragons into mortal society suggests that individuals with Draconic heritage may play increasingly important roles in bridging the gaps between different communities and species. The establishment of formal educational institutions that cater specifically to the needs of half-dragons and others with Draconic bloodlines represents a significant advancement in the recognition and support of these unique individuals. These schools provide specialized training in the control and development of Draconic abilities, while also offering education in the cultural traditions and historical knowledge that help students understand their heritage. The Academy of Draconic Arts in the city of Suzail has become a model for such institutions, offering comprehensive programs that help students integrate their Draconic and mortal aspects while preparing them for productive roles in society. The Academy's graduates have gone on to become leaders in fields ranging from magic and scholarship to diplomacy and military service, demonstrating the positive potential that can be realized when Draconic heritage is properly understood and channeled. In the end, half-dragons and those who carry Draconic bloodlines represent living proof that the boundaries between different forms of life are not absolute, that love and understanding can bridge even the most fundamental differences in nature and lifespan. Their existence enriches both the mortal and Draconic worlds, bringing new perspectives and capabilities that benefit all who have the wisdom to recognize their value. They serve as reminders that true strength comes not from purity of heritage, but from the successful integration of diverse influences into something greater than the sum of its parts, and that the future of civilization may well depend upon the ability of different peoples to find common ground despite their differences. Chapter 12. The Modern Dragon Legacy and Future. The wheel of time turns, and with each revolution brings changes that transform the fundamental nature of existence itself, challenging even the most ancient and powerful beings to adapt or be swept aside by the inexorable tide of progress. In the contemporary age, as mortal civilizations have achieved heights of power and sophistication that rival the greatest accomplishments of the ancient world, dragons find themselves confronting a reality vastly different from the one their ancestors knew. A world where they are no longer the undisputed masters of creation, but rather partners in an increasingly complex cosmic dance that requires wisdom, humility, and an entirely new understanding of what it means to wield ultimate power. The transformation of Draconic society in the modern era represents one of the most profound adaptations in the history of any intelligent species, where once dragons ruled through simple dominance and the application of overwhelming force. Contemporary dragons must navigate a world where mortal races possess weapons that can threaten even ancient worms, where magical knowledge has become democratized beyond the exclusive hordes of draconic learning, and where the very concept of absolute monarchy has given way to more complex forms of governance that require negotiation, compromise, and mutual respect. This fundamental shift in the balance of power has forced dragons to reconsider every aspect of their traditional approach to existence. The ancient draconic virtues of accumulation and dominance have evolved into more sophisticated concepts of stewardship and influence, while the territorial instincts that once drove dragons to claim vast domains through conquest have been channeled into the protection and guidance of communities that voluntarily seek draconic patronage rather than submit to it through force. The modern dragon's relationship with treasure itself has undergone perhaps the most dramatic transformation of all. Ancient dragons measured their worth primarily through the accumulation of physical wealth, gold, gems, and magical artifacts that could be counted and catalogued in vast hoards. Contemporary dragons have come to understand that the most valuable treasures of the modern age are intangible: knowledge, relationships, influence, and the satisfaction that comes from meaningful contribution to the cosmic order. The ancient gold dragon Oromacht, as the wise, exemplifies this evolution in draconic thinking, where his predecessors might have focused on amassing the largest possible hoard of physical treasure. Oromatos has dedicated the past millennium to collecting something far more precious and powerful: the accumulated wisdom of mortal and immortal civilizations. His hoard now consists primarily of libraries, research institutions, and scholarly partnerships that have advanced the understanding of magic, philosophy, and natural law throughout the known world. Oromatos has discovered that knowledge shared multiplies rather than diminishes, creating exponential returns that no accumulation of mere gold could ever match. Through his patronage of universities and his mentorship of mortal scholars, he has contributed to discoveries that have revolutionized magical theory, improved agricultural techniques that have ended famines, and fostered diplomatic innovations that have prevented wars. The satisfaction he derives from these accomplishments far exceeds anything he ever experienced from simply counting the coins in his treasure vault. The relationship between modern dragons and the rapidly advancing mortal civilizations represents a delicate balance of cooperation and mutual respect that would have been impossible to achieve in earlier eras. The development of mortal magical traditions that rival draconic power in certain specialized areas has created opportunities for genuine intellectual exchange between species that were once separated by seemingly insurmountable gaps in knowledge and capability. The establishment of the Draconic Mortal Council in the great city of Waterdeep marks a milestone in interspecies cooperation, bringing together representatives from various dragon courts and mortal governments to address challenges that affect all intelligent life. The Council has successfully mediated territorial disputes, coordinated responses to extraplanar threats, and established protocols for the sharing of magical knowledge that benefit all participants while respecting the legitimate interests of each member species. The rise of mortal heroes capable of standing as equals to ancient dragons has paradoxically strengthened rather than threatened draconic society by providing dragons with the intellectual and spiritual challenges necessary for continued growth. The greatest modern dragons no longer seek to eliminate potential rivals, but rather to cultivate relationships with exceptional mortals who can provide the stimulation and perspective necessary to prevent the stagnation that has historically plagued immortal beings. The partnership between the silver dragon Argentrixis, the Starseeker, and the human archmage Kelvin Aronson represents the pinnacle of such cooperation, combining draconic wisdom and patience with mortal innovation and urgency to achieve breakthroughs in magical research that neither could have accomplished alone. Their joint work on the stabilization of planar boundaries has prevented several reality-threatening crises while advancing the theoretical understanding of cosmic architecture in ways that will benefit scholars for generations to come. The modern dragon's approach to territorial claims has evolved from the simple occupation of geographic regions to the more sophisticated concept of sphere of influence, areas of intellectual, cultural, or spiritual interest, where the dragon's guidance and protection are welcomed rather than imposed. These modern domains often span multiple planes of existence and include communities of various species united by shared values or common goals, rather than mere geographic proximity. The copper dragon, Verdunalith, the chronicler, has established such a sphere of influence among the storytellers, historians, and bards of dozens of different cultures, serving as patron and protector to those who preserve and transmit the cultural heritage of their peoples. Her domain exists not as a physical territory, but as a network of libraries, archives, and performance venues scattered across the multiverse, united by their common dedication to the preservation and celebration of knowledge. The technological advances achieved by mortal civilizations have presented dragons with both opportunities and challenges that their ancestors never had to consider. The development of magical communication networks, planar transportation systems, and automated manufacturing processes has created possibilities for influence and cooperation that transcend the limitations of physical presence, while also raising complex questions about the appropriate role of draconic power in an increasingly interconnected world. Some dragons have embraced these technological developments enthusiastically, recognizing them as tools that can amplify their ability to serve as guardians and guides. The bronze dragon T-Rax's the Network Keeper has become one of the primary architects and maintainers of the magical communication system that links major cities across multiple continents, ensuring that knowledge and assistance can be shared rapidly in times of crisis, while protecting the system from those who would abuse it for destructive purposes. Other dragons have approached mortal technological advancement with greater caution, concerned that the rapid pace of change might outstrip the wisdom necessary to use such power responsibly. The green dragon Claudia Limatar, the old Gnawbone, has dedicated herself to studying the environmental and social implications of magical industrialization, working with mortal governments and organizations to develop sustainable practices that can support technological progress without causing irreparable damage to the natural world. The emergence of new forms of supernatural threats in the modern era has provided dragons with opportunities to reclaim their traditional role as protectors, while adapting their methods to address challenges that their ancestors never faced. The incursions of aberrant entities from the far realm, the activities of cults seeking to summon apocalyptic powers, and the destabilizing effects of uncontrolled magical experimentation all require responses that combine traditional draconic might with contemporary understanding of complex magical systems. The red dragon Clouth, the ancient, has evolved from a tyrant who ruled through fear to a guardian who protects the northern realms from extraplanar threats that would consume entire civilizations if left unchecked. His transformation demonstrates that even the most aggressive and territorial dragons can find meaningful purpose in the modern world by channeling their destructive capabilities toward the protection of those they once would have oppressed. The philosophical implications of draconic evolution in the modern era extend far beyond the practical considerations of power and territory to encompass fundamental questions about the nature of wisdom, the responsibilities that accompany great power, and the possibility of meaningful existence across cosmic timescales. The longest-lived dragons have had the opportunity to observe the complete cycles of civilizational rise and fall multiple times, gaining perspectives on the patterns of history that no mortal scholar could ever achieve. This unique vantage point has led many ancient dragons to develop sophisticated theories about the direction of cosmic evolution, and their role in guiding it toward beneficial outcomes. The white dragon Arauthatter, the old white death, has spent the past several centuries developing what he calls the theory of guided development, a framework for understanding how immortal beings can provide guidance and support to mortal civilizations without stifling their natural growth or removing the challenges that are necessary for healthy development. According to Arauthatter's theory, the proper role of dragons in the modern era is not to rule or control, but to serve as what he terms cosmic gardeners, beings who create conditions favorable for growth, while allowing each civilization to develop according to its own nature and potential. This approach requires a delicate balance of intervention and restraint, providing assistance when needed while avoiding the temptation to solve every problem through the application of overwhelming power. The educational initiatives undertaken by modern dragons represent some of their most significant contributions to contemporary civilization. Rather than hoarding knowledge as their ancestors did, many dragons have established schools, universities, and research institutions that serve mortals and immortals alike. These educational ventures reflect the understanding that true wealth lies not in what one possesses but in what one creates and shares with others. The Draconic Academy of Arcane Sciences, founded by a consortium of metallic dragons and supported by several enlightened chromatics, has become one of the premier magical research institutions in the known multiverse. The Academy's unique approach combines the patient methodology of draconic scholarship with the innovative thinking of mortal researchers, creating an environment where magical breakthroughs occur regularly and are shared freely with qualified practitioners regardless of species or origin. The cultural renaissance that has emerged from increased draconic mortal cooperation has produced artistic and literary works that surpass anything achieved by either species in isolation. The collaboration between dragon storytellers and mortal artists has resulted in epic tales, musical compositions, and visual artworks that capture the grandeur of cosmic themes, while remaining accessible to audiences of limited lifespan and experience. The great opera, The Song of Creation, composed jointly by the brass dragon Kadrith, the melodious, and the human composer Alana Moonweaver, tells the story of the universe's birth through a musical narrative that incorporates both the vast temporal scope that dragons naturally understand and the emotional intensity that characterizes mortal artistic expression. The work has been performed throughout the multiverse and has inspired countless other collaborative projects between dragon and mortal artists. The environmental stewardship efforts, led by modern dragons, have become increasingly important as mortal civilizations have achieved the technological capability to alter their environments on planetary scales. Dragons have found new purpose in serving as guardians of natural systems and as advocates for sustainable development practices that can support both mortal prosperity and ecological health. The black dragon, Voragamanthar, the Black Death, has transformed from a spreader of corruption and decay into a guardian of natural cycles, using his understanding of death and renewal to help mortal communities develop agricultural and waste management practices that work in harmony with natural processes rather than against them. His expertise in the delicate balance between destruction and creation has proven invaluable in developing sustainable solutions to environmental challenges. The diplomatic innovations pioneered by modern dragons have created new models for conflict resolution that are now being adopted by mortal governments and organizations throughout the multiverse. The concept of temporal mediation, using the dragon's extended lifespan to maintain continuity in negotiations that might span decades or centuries, has proven particularly effective in resolving disputes between peoples with fundamentally different cultural values or historical grievances. The ancient blue dragon Lenathon, the Stormcaller, has become one of the most sought-after mediators in the multiverse, using his centuries of experience and his natural understanding of long-term consequences to help conflicting parties find solutions that satisfy their essential needs, while avoiding the destructive cycles of retaliation that have historically plagued interspecies relations. The future of draconic civilization appears brighter than at any time since the earliest ages of the world. with dragons and mortals working together to address challenges that neither could handle alone, while pursuing opportunities that benefit all intelligent life. The continued evolution of Draconic society suggests that the greatest achievements of dragonkind may still lie ahead, as ancient wisdom combines with contemporary knowledge to create possibilities that exceed the sum of their parts. The establishment of the Eternal Archive, a vast repository of knowledge maintained jointly by dragons and mortals across multiple planes of existence, represents the most ambitious project yet undertaken by the modern Draconic Mortal Alliance. This archive seeks to preserve not just information but wisdom itself, creating a resource that will remain available to future generations regardless of what catastrophes or changes might affect individual civilizations. The young dragons hatched in this era of cooperation and mutual respect represent hope for a future where the conflicts that characterized earlier epochs become unthinkable, replaced by forms of competition and achievement that enhance rather than diminish all participants. These new generations combine the traditional draconic virtues of power and wisdom with contemporary understanding of cooperation and service, creating beings uniquely suited to serve as guides and protectors in an increasingly complex cosmos. As we look toward the future, the legacy of dragonkind appears secure, not because they have maintained their ancient dominance, but because they have successfully adapted to serve new and more meaningful roles in the cosmic order. The modern dragon stands as proof that even the most powerful and ancient beings can continue to grow and evolve, and that true immortality lies not in maintaining the status quo, but in remaining relevant and valuable to the ongoing project of universal development and flourishing. The story of dragons thus continues not as a tale of declining glory, but as an epic of transformation and renewal, demonstrating that the greatest achievements come not from clinging to past glories, but from embracing the challenges and opportunities of each new age. In adapting to the modern world, dragons have not diminished themselves, but have discovered new forms of greatness that honor their heritage while serving the greater good of all existence. Chapter 5. The Dragon Wars of Ancient Times. War is the ultimate teacher of harsh truths, stripping away all pretense and revealing the fundamental nature of those who wage it. Yet when the combatants are beings of cosmic power, whose conflicts can reshape continents and rewrite the laws of reality itself, the lessons learned are written in blood across the very fabric of existence. In the annals of cosmic conflict, no chapter burns with more terrible brilliance than the Dragon Wars of Ancient Times. Those epoch-spanning conflicts that raged between the great flights of dragonkind and transformed not merely the political landscape of the world, but the fundamental nature of reality itself. The origins of the Dragon Wars can be traced to the inevitable collision between the expanding ambitions of the Chromatic Tyranny and the awakening conscience of the Metallic Guardians, though the roots of conflict stretched far deeper into the primordial nature of dragonkind itself. For millennia, the tension between order and chaos, creation and destruction, mercy and dominance had been building pressure like magma beneath the Earth's crust, waiting for the moment when the accumulated weight of injustice and oppression would finally crack the foundations of the world and release forces that would remake everything. The first spark that ignited the conflagration came in the form of what history remembers as the Massacre of Silver Falls, when the ancient red dragon Scorathax, the Flame Emperor, ordered the systematic extermination of an entire city whose only crime had been offering sanctuary to refugees fleeing from chromatic territories. The city of Argent's Hope had been founded by mortal survivors of various draconic conquests and had been placed under the protection of the Silver Dragon, Seraphina the Just, who had sworn to defend any who sought refuge within its walls. When Scorathax's emissaries arrived, demanding the surrender of the refugees for proper punishment, Seraphina faced a choice that would echo through the ages. She could abandon those she had sworn to protect and preserve the fragile peace that had existed between the chromatic and metallic factions, or she could honor her oath and face the consequences of defying one of the most powerful red dragons in existence. Her decision to stand firm in defense of the innocent marked the end of Draconic neutrality and the beginning of open warfare that would consume the world for the next 3,000 years. The siege of Argent's Hope lasted for 7 months, with Scorathax employing every weapon at his disposal to break both the city's defenses and Seraphina's resolve. He summoned lesser chromatic dragons to rain fire upon the walls, hired armies of mercenaries to assault the gates, and even attempted to corrupt the city's water supply with magical plagues, designed to turn the defenders against their protector. Through it all, Seraphina held fast, her silver radiance forming a dome of protection over the city that turned aside fire and poison alike. The final confrontation between Scorathax and Seraphina became the template for all subsequent battles of the Dragon Wars, a clash not merely between individual dragons, but between fundamental philosophies of existence. When Scorathax's flames met Seraphina's protective barriers, the collision of energies created reality storms that persisted for decades, zones where the normal laws of physics gave way to chaotic manifestations of pure will and emotion. Seraphina's victory, achieved at the cost of her own life, as she channeled her entire essence into a final blast of silver fire that reduced Scorathax to ash and memory, sent shockwaves throughout both the chromatic and metallic hierarchies. For the first time in recorded history, an ancient red dragon had been defeated in single combat by a metallic opponent, proving that the supposed supremacy of chromatic might was not absolute, and that even the most terrible tyrants could fall before the righteous fury of those who fought for justice rather than conquest. The news of Scorathax's death reached the great chromatic councils, just as word arrived of similar uprisings in dozens of other territories, where metallic dragons had abandoned their traditional neutrality to openly challenge chromatic authority. The ancient black dragon Shadowmere, the corruptor, declared this epidemic of defiance to be an existential threat to Draconic civilization itself, arguing that if metallic insubordination were allowed to continue unchecked, it would ultimately lead to the complete collapse of the natural order that placed dragons at the apex of creation. The response was swift and terrible. Every chromatic dragon of ancient status received the call to war, a magical summons that compelled them to abandon their individual territories and unite under a single banner for the first time since the earliest days of the Tyranny. The sight of hundreds of adult and ancient chromatic dragons converging on the great volcanic peak of Mount Desolation created atmospheric disturbances that plunged half the continent into unnatural winter, while the other half burned under skies turned red by reflected dragonfire. The metallic response was more measured, but no less decisive. Rather than matching the chromatic display of raw power, the metallic councils chose to emphasize the moral dimension of the conflict, reaching out to the oppressed populations of chromatic territories with offers of liberation and protection. The message carried by brass dragon heralds to every corner of the known world was simple but revolutionary. The age of Draconic tyranny was ending, and all who had the courage to stand for freedom would find allies among the children of creation's protective aspects. The First Dragon War, which raged for over 800 years, established patterns of conflict that would define all subsequent struggles between the chromatic and metallic factions. Unlike mortal wars, which typically focused on the control of strategic territories or resources, the Dragon Wars were fundamentally conflicts over the nature of reality itself. Battles to determine whether the universe would be shaped by the principles of domination and exploitation, or by the ideals of protection and nurturing. The Battle of the Burning Skies exemplified the cosmic scope of these conflicts, when the combined forces of 12 ancient red dragons led by Pyros the Flame Lord encountered the Metallic Alliance under the command of the gold dragon Oromoctus the Wise. Their aerial combat created a firestorm that extended across 3 entire kingdoms. The clash of opposed elemental forces, fire meeting ice, lightning striking gold, acid dissolving protective barriers, generated magical phenomena that persisted for centuries and created permanent alterations in local weather patterns. The ground battles of the Dragon Wars involved not merely the dragons themselves, but vast armies of allied creatures drawn from across the planes of existence. Chromatic dragons summoned demons from the abyss, devils from the nine hells, and elemental creatures bound to their service through force and intimidation. The Metallic Alliance responded by calling upon celestial beings, noble fae, and elemental creatures, who served willingly in defense of cosmic balance. The mortal populations caught between these titanic forces faced an unprecedented crisis that tested every aspect of their developing civilizations. Some communities chose sides based on their treatment under existing Draconic rule, with the oppressed generally supporting the metallic cause, while those who had prospered under Chromatic patronage often remained loyal to their former masters. Others attempted to remain neutral, seeking shelter in remote locations where they hoped to wait out the conflict without being forced to choose between powers they could barely comprehend. The siege engines developed for the Dragon Wars represented some of the most impressive achievements in both magical and mechanical engineering ever accomplished. Chromatic forces employed massive catapults capable of hurling boulders enchanted with perpetual flame, siege towers that could extend to impossible heights through spatial manipulation magic, and battering rams imbued with the essence of earthquakes that could crack the foundations of mountains themselves. The metallic defenders responded with innovations that emphasized protection and healing rather than pure destruction. They created ward stones that could deflect even ancient dragon breath weapons, developed healing fountains that could restore entire armies from the brink of death, and built fortress walls that could repair themselves faster than siege engines could damage them. The magical innovations forced by the necessities of warfare advanced Draconic understanding of arcane principles by millennia in the span of mere centuries. The discovery that opposing magical forces could be woven together to create hybrid effects more powerful than either element alone led to the development of new schools of magic that combined chromatic aggression with metallic protection to create unprecedented defensive and offensive capabilities. The famous chromatic metallic hybrid spells developed during this period included the Silver Flame technique pioneered by the Bronze Dragon Tyraxes, which combined the destructive power of fire with the purifying properties of celestial energy to create weapons that could harm evil creatures while healing good ones. Similarly, the protective destruction magic mastered by several copper dragons allowed them to create barriers that absorbed incoming attacks and redirected the energy into healing and strengthening effects for their allies. The psychological warfare employed during the Dragon Wars proved to be as devastating as any physical assault. Chromatic forces specialized in the use of terror and despair as weapons, employing magical techniques that could drain hope from entire populations and leave them incapable of resistance. The mere sight of a flight of ancient black dragons approaching a city could cause mass panic that killed more defenders than any direct attack. The metallic response emphasized inspiration and courage, with gold and silver dragons developing techniques for projecting auras of bravery and determination that could allow mortal soldiers to stand firm against overwhelming odds. The legendary Battle of Hope's Last Stand, where a single silver dragon's presence allowed a force of 300 human soldiers to hold a strategic pass against an army of 10,000 chromatic allied troops, became a symbol of the power that courage and righteousness could wield against seemingly impossible odds. The environmental devastation caused by the Dragon Wars reshaped entire continents and created geographical features that persist to this day. The Dragonfall Mountains were formed from the petrified remains of dozens of dragons who fell during the massive aerial battle known as the Sky War, while the shattered plains exist as fractured pieces of reality torn loose during conflicts that involved reality-altering magic on unprecedented scales. The desolation of Cosmodon, created when the ancient Red Dragon Smog, the Golden, attempted to destroy a metallic stronghold by channeling the power of a volcanic eruption directly into his breath, became a wasteland where the boundary between the material plane and the elemental plane of fire was permanently weakened. The region remains uninhabitable to this day, serving as a grim reminder of the terrible forces unleashed when dragons wage war without restraint. The Second Dragon War began 3 centuries after the conclusion of the first, sparked by disputes over the reconstruction of territories devastated by the previous conflict. The Chromatic dragons argued that their ancient rights of dominion gave them the authority to reclaim any lands they had previously controlled, regardless of what had happened to them during the war. The Metallic dragons countered that the moral transformation of Draconic society invalidated such claims, and that formerly oppressed populations had the right to determine their own fate. This second conflict introduced naval warfare to the Dragon Wars, as both sides sought to control the sea lanes that connected distant theaters of operation. The sight of ancient blue dragons commanding fleets of storm-summoning vessels, while bronze dragons led convoys protected by weather-controlling magic, created legends that influenced mortal naval traditions for millennia to come. The development of underwater combat techniques during this period led to the involvement of dragon turtle populations in the conflict, with different clans choosing sides based on their philosophical alignment and their treatment by the various draconic factions. The great dragon turtle patriarch Tiamat's Reef became a legendary figure whose underwater stronghold served as a neutral meeting ground where negotiations between the warring factions could take place under his protection. The Third Dragon War, also known as the War of Shadows, was characterized by an unprecedented level of subtlety and deception, as both sides had learned from the devastation of open conflict. Rather than engaging in direct confrontation, Chromatic and Metallic forces engaged in elaborate campaigns of espionage, sabotage, and political manipulation that spanned multiple planes of existence. The green dragon Chloracridara, the poison bloom, emerged as the master of this new form of warfare, developing techniques for magical corruption that could turn entire populations against their protectors without their knowledge. Her ability to create long-term enchantments that gradually shifted the moral alignment of their targets made her one of the most feared figures of the entire war period, as her influence could corrupt a community so slowly that the change went unnoticed until it was too late to reverse. The Metallic response to such tactics required the development of entirely new forms of protection and detection magic. The Silver Dragon Seraphina the Younger, great niece of the hero of Silver Falls, specialized in purification magic that could cleanse corrupted areas and restore the natural moral alignment of affected populations. Her techniques became the foundation for the clerical magic that would later be developed by mortal religious traditions. The conclusion of the Dragon Wars came not through military victory by either side, but through the gradual recognition that the cost of continued conflict threatened to destroy everything that both factions claimed to be fighting to protect. The Great Compact, signed at the neutral ground of Dragon's Rest, established the principles that would govern inter-draconic relations for all subsequent ages, creating frameworks for cooperation and competition that channeled draconic energies into constructive rather than destructive directions. The Compact established the concept of spheres of influence, allowing dragons to maintain their traditional territories while accepting limitations on their authority over other intelligent beings within those domains. Dragons could serve as protectors and advisors to mortal communities, but they could no longer claim absolute dominion over them or treat them as property to be disposed of at will. The establishment of the Council of Worms provided a forum for resolving disputes between dragons without resorting to warfare, while the creation of the neutral zones offered sanctuary for those seeking to escape draconic conflicts. The enforcement mechanisms built into the Compact included provisions for intervention by the most ancient and powerful dragons of both factions in cases where individual dragons violated the agreed-upon principles. The legacy of the Dragon Wars extends far beyond their immediate political and military consequences to encompass fundamental changes in draconic psychology and social structure. The experience of sustained warfare against their own kind forced dragons to confront the limitations of pure power and the importance of moral authority in maintaining lasting influence over others. The development of military traditions within draconic society created new forms of honor and achievement that complemented, rather than replaced, the traditional draconic values of accumulation and territorial control. The establishment of veteran organizations like the Order of the Burning Wing for Chromatic veterans and the Fellowship of the Silver Scale for metallic veterans provided ongoing support networks that helped dragons adapt to peacetime existence after centuries of warfare. The technological and magical innovations developed during the wars contributed immeasurably to the advancement of civilization throughout the multiverse. The siege engines, defensive systems, and hybrid magical techniques created during the conflicts found peaceful applications in construction, agriculture, and transportation that improved life for countless beings across multiple planes of existence. Perhaps most importantly, the Dragon Wars demonstrated that even the most fundamental conflicts could be resolved through negotiation and compromise when all parties recognized that their long-term interests were better served by cooperation than by destruction. The transformation of enemies into allies, though it took centuries to accomplish, proved that no hostility was too deep to overcome, given sufficient wisdom and patience. The modern peace between chromatic and metallic dragons, while still marked by tension and occasional disputes, represents one of the greatest diplomatic achievements in the history of the multiverse. The principles established in the aftermath of the Dragon Wars continue to influence international relations between mortal nations and serve as models for conflict resolution in situations where traditional military solutions are inadequate or counterproductive. In the end, the Dragon Wars stand as testament to both the terrible destructive potential of unchecked power and the remarkable capacity for growth and change that exists within even the most ancient and set beings. They remind us that the greatest victories are not those won on battlefields, but those achieved through the patient work of building understanding and mutual respect between former enemies, and that true strength lies not in the ability to destroy one's opponents, but in the wisdom to transform them into allies.